Okay. Now it should be working. Can you guys hear me now? I don't know why. It sometimes the exact same mic input in the mixer just switches to my webcam mic. And I don't know how to like lock it down. I gotta figure it out. Here, I'll put the FIRD in the corner. How about that? I can do both, guys. Believe it or not, I can give you both. The power of the internet. How many of you guys have seen that FIRD walk before? Let me position this right. There you go. Chonky FIRD in the corner. Oh, I gotta put him on this side here. There you go. Oh man. Hey Sam, so glad I top 8 and I'm going to Worlds. Luffy Lou 69. Congrats, man. I don't know everyone's username, so I apologize if I don't recognize you just by Twitch username, but congratulations. Let me turn this down just a bit. Let me know if you can still hear the music. I don't know the balancing on this. But I need it to not be. Deshaun, okay, nice. Was that, I think I saw your Facebook post. Was that your first major event, or like your first time in Top Cuts? We had a lot of people who it's like their first time making it like out of Swiss. I think in that top 32, it was almost like half and half. I don't know how many people it was like their actual first event though, so that's pretty cool. Nice. Nice. I gotta find the bracket. I should have the bracket up. We should probably talk about Nats first. I was gonna get the deck profile part out of the way because that was like the most solid content. But really, what I'd like to do is just hear everyone else's stories. I just like the one thing about being on the commentary desk is I had so little time in between rounds to actually like just get stories from people, you know? Like after each round you usually meet up with your friends and you're like, oh, I just played this and this happened and it was so crazy and stuff like that, and I get like a tiny bit of that, you know, even with like the full round we had off, like while I'm off camera and stuff like that, like I'm watching what people are playing, but for the majority of the round people are busy, you know. Yeah, I'm like 6'4". I switch between like 6'3" to 6'5" depending on when I get measured. It's kind of weird. I think it's because they measure sometimes with my hair and sometimes not. But I had a ton of fun, man. That's because Levi is, yeah, the shoulder pads, yeah. I'm also slouching a lot. Like, when I'm sitting next to Levi, we're the same height. You know? Like, when I'm sitting down, Levi's, like, got perfect posture and, like, on the edge of his seat the whole time. And I'm, like, hunched over on my, you know, on my knees, basically, like, with the actual worst posture. I can't wait. I need to get the photos from Jaden. He got photos of us while we're actually, you know, watching the games. Oh. The card in the background, Final Anguish. That card did so much work in Nomu. Oh man. Yeah, but Jaden's got some really good photos. But like in between rounds, I would take the jacket off because it would get really hot and sweaty in that room. And so like all of Jaden's photos of us like doing the actual broadcast for the games, I'm probably just like in the purple shirt and tie. Final Anguish would actually be a pretty good stutter stinker option, I think. Luffy Lou 69, please tell me you're casting for Worlds. I am gonna try and qualify this weekend. I'm gonna try and play at Worlds. I feel like I gotta take at least a shot at it. I was pretty underwhelmed with my regional performances. I never made it out of top 16 at an actual license exam, and I didn't get to go to a lot of. I got to go to I think 4. I think I went to exactly half. So, I missed the 2 at conventions. I missed the 1 in Toronto. Maybe I went to 5. Oh, I casted 1. And I casted 1, so yeah. So I was like, alright, I already gave up like half my chances in the couldn't capitalize on half my chances at regional license exams. So, casting Nats was giving up half my chances to qualify for Worlds. And I was pretty stressed about that, making the choice. But I thought the opportunity to cast the first ever Pro Hero National is a much rarer opportunity overall. I figured it's like, I'm not going to get another chance to ever cast the first one ever, and, well, you don't get another chance to win the first one ever either. I think winning online Nats will feel closer to winning in-person Nats than casting it would, if that makes sense. So, that was my first in-person cast as well. That was the first time I did an in-person broadcast, and the energy was so different. Like I just talked about how like I wasn't able to talk to people in between rounds and stuff like that. Like, it's so much worse than that for the webcam stuff. And I say worse, it comes with its trade-offs, right? Like, not having to wear pants for one, being able to like stock up snacks wherever. Like, we were ordering coffee, like, spending $20 on coffee in the morning is definitely a different experience than if you can just have all your stuff set up ready to go. We're gonna watch that stream VOD later, Keenan. We're actually probably gonna watch that one later. Even though it took like a full hour, I'll probably watch it on like 2 times speed. Yeah, first world problems for sure. A big part of that too is Jasco did take care of us. Like, as far as like getting food and stuff, like, there's only so much you can do. I got unlucky and like none of my food was like freshly arrived, but that's the least I can do to complain because they took care of us on that. And then, just like splitting coffee for stuff. I will say deliveries were surprisingly fast. I don't know if it's like a city thing or if it's like the event space or how it's set up, but like I'm used to ordering anything on delivery minimum 45 minutes, typically like an hour and a half to 2 hours, and like we had everything delivered in 20 minutes pretty much. Like the first night after standard, we ordered Papa John's at the hotel room, and met them out front. 20 minutes later, 2 pizzas, 8 wings or something in 20 minutes. It's crazy. It seemed like a ton of work, and it sucks when you can communicate with the community because of stuff going on. Yeah, it's super wild, right? Because like that little bit that I got to do, and like doing like the interviews and stuff, we don't do like winter interviews when we're doing it online because almost always the stream matches take way longer. People take longer playing online in general. People got to reconfirm every little thing and visibility and stuff like that. So like we don't get to do interviews. All that little bit just really helped keep the energy going, I think. And on top of that, we had a 3-person cast. So it was hard to get back rolling once you're in that seat. Like you can kind of tell when like the first two games or like the first two rounds, you know, it's really good, and then you take the round off, and then you come back and you got to kind of get back into it. Like I had some pretty good stats, I thought, early on in the day, but after my first break, I come back and I like forget completely about all the regional stats I had. I had like all of the I had the number of times every character has topped, like written out, and I had the number of times every player has topped a regional license exam, and I just completely forgot I did all that stuff the morning of the event. Like, I was missing the first regional top cuts, and Lohan gave it to me. He's like, oh, that's in the Carta Magica Discord, duh. Like, no one could find it. Like, it's just sitting in their Discord. And so I wrote all that stuff down. I mentioned it in, like, the very first stream match, and then it, like, never came up again. You know. Damn, Leonoko, 3 hours? Were you at the Renaissance, like, during the event, or was that after the event at night? The only time I've ever had fast food delivery is when it was the restaurant themselves delivering it, because I was in the college town, and they're just used to delivering to the apartments across the street. So, like, it wasn't even like an Uber thing. It was, like, back when Eat24 would just contact the actual restaurant, and they would have to, or like, deliver it. That was almost 10 years ago? Maybe exactly 10 years ago. But, man, it seems like forever ago. What place are you for the regional license points? Oh, or how many times you topped? I don't have the points. I don't know what place you're in points-wise, but I know I had you written down for topping both, I think? I don't know. See, this is why I want to write all this stuff down, because I won't remember it, you know? Like, it's kind of wild. You can sit here, even before I go live on live streams, and, like, you can sit here and just drill all this stuff you want to talk about, and then as soon as you go live, your brain is just, like, on a different wavelength, you know? All of a sudden, your brain starts caring about all this shit you don't care about when you're by yourself. Like, how does my hair look? What's my posture like? Is my hand gonna cut off the edge of this fucking camera because my green screen actually ends exactly right here, and it's different every time I set it up? You know, you start to just focus on like, my hair was a fucking mess that weekend, you know, adjusting the button on my suit, like, every time. Making sure, like, the suit's a little big. It's been a while. I actually lost some weight since the last time I wore it, you know. And so, like, the sleeves, you can see the sleeves. Like, it's all little stuff that you don't normally care about that you just don't want to deal with. I never thought Air Jiro would make finals. I thought Air Jiro was gonna be a lot more represented, actually. I thought people were gonna, like, split Jiro to Kirishima, because Jiro on paper is really good into Momo, really, well, maybe, yeah, pretty good in, like, flash attacks, right? Like, pretty good into Momo. You get to flip Rescue now, you get to flip Release now. Pretty good into Kirishima. Very good, I think, into Toga, which I thought Toga was also going to be represented a little bit better. And then I also think Jiro's super good into Eraserhead. And where the fuck were all the Eraserhead players? All the Eraserhead players ran scared to Kirishima. And by that I mean all two of them. Also, I don't know what Corey Aguilard was actually playing. I don't know if Corey Aguilard was still on Eraserhead, but it felt like everyone I knew who could have played Eraser either didn't get their cards in time. There was some people who were waiting on a couple cards, I think. Or they just, like, throughout testing, it was just so much easier to run it out with Kirishima. So, 522 with Deku 2. That's pretty good. 522 with Deku 2. That's pretty good. I think, I would say this. If you have changes you know that you would want to make, run it back. if you don't have changes you would make from that deck list, I would say maybe, keep your options open. That's my best. Like, if you play any tournament and there's not one change you would make from your deck, it's either ban-worthy or it's not a Universes deck. So, and even the ban-worthy ones, people are generally like, oh, I could have done this better. Oh, this isn't something I expected to need but needed. Oh, I sided this out every match, right? We listened to Tim Keefe. Tim made grand finals and was like, oh, I needed to find, next time I should get a cheerleader in the main board and just minor adjustments, but like 2 cards different. If you think your deck could be 2 cards better, I would run it back with a 2-card better deck and see where that gets me. If not, then there's probably something actually missing, or there's probably not good enough data to feel really strong about that choice. I know it's kind of weird to say, but 5-2 is really good. Racer is one of the most underplayed good characters because he doesn't build his board state. He doesn't really draw cards or like accrue any advantage the way other control decks, so to speak, would. And while he's really good at like stringing together attacks because of +2 speed on everything, he doesn't, like, for example, he could be playing all the Kirishima 1 stuff. And if I was going to play Eraserhead 1, honestly, I would probably be playing Void with Kirishima 1 stuff instead of Kicks. Because I already give +2 speed. I already have like really interesting ways to mess with speed. But what I need is ramp. I need Harden Jab to rebuy my powerful flips. I need, I can see the problem is that I'd really also want to run Binding Cloth every time. So like, to find a lineup that can play like Harden Chop, Harden Jab, Binding Cloth Capture, and maybe Frenzy is just too much. I don't know. He needs a simpler attack lineup for sure. Final Round Game Shop, running it back with the official the official channel name there. Thank you guys for the follow. And I got more here. Oh, the Drizzle. Thank you for the follow, the Drizzle. I appreciate that. And Falert 91090. Thank you very much. Thank you guys. What else we got? Air Juro into K2. Air Juro into K2 is kind of messed up because Kirishima's not really trying to block and Juro punishes blockers. Major content creators stand the fuck out of him because he's so good on paper. And we're not actually players. We just look at stuff. And we always do the tier list. You notice how we always do the tier list at the beginning and we never do it at the end with actual results? It's always a speculative hot take tier list. And like on paper, he's really good against Froppy. On paper, he should be pretty good against Kirishima's. Like, it's just the sheer volume. Like, if Eraser could just slap passing the torch down instead of having to commit himself, could be absolutely dope. That Dobby guy says, do I play Dobby this weekend or do I go off brand? I say you play whatever you think you have the best chance of making top 8 with. I'm, full disclosure guys, I'm running it out with Chaos Tokoyami. When I chose to cast Nats, I said I'm going to just net deck whoever wins, turn my brain off, hope for the best, because I had no deck going into Dallas, and that was a big reason also why I chose to cast and give up that opportunity, was I had no confidence in any deck I had come up with by myself. I had no practice on pretty much anything, like, not meaningful, so I expect there to be a lot of Chaos Tokoyami, and I'm down to play them here. I think Tokoyami's great at going second, and I don't know, man. It's for the position I'm in personally, with only like 3 days to practice, I need to just pick a deck. So I just picked the winning deck. I don't play six-handers very well. Most of the top 32 six-handers, but a seven-hander one, I'm playing with power. That's how it goes. What changes are you talking about with this Nomu deck? We actually haven't gotten to the Nomu deck yet. I just got it on screen just to have something other than the background, but I can get into the Nomu deck profile in a minute here. I'm trying to get caught up on the chats. Y'all are active today. Thank you. Eraserhead could have a fast game against some five-handers not prepared for him. The way for Eraserhead to have a fast game is he needs to get access to cards like Revel in his Masterpiece and cards like Homage to My Hero, but those are on his worst symbols. So he just needs like repeatable +1s. He needs like attacks that buff themselves, and all of that's on his least appealing symbols. So I think all Eraserhead 1 is actually underrated as fuck, but you have to play like a monkey, and Eraserhead players don't want to play like a monkey. They want to play a control deck. Yeah, kicks plus jab, that's been a long thing. I think that's what Daniel Nelson had in Pasadena. I think he had like one or two non-kicks for like non-kicks for like sheer value and recycling. Corey dropped kicks and moved to weapons combos. Man, I'm afraid to play combo attacks right now. Face shield is still pretty good. I know it didn't show up a ton on our stream, but when it did appear, it did stop turns. And like I wouldn't even play Texas Smash right now, and that's probably the best one and the one we saw the most. But even then, there was a distinct lower percentage of Texas Smashes. Yeah, jab and uppercut, insane high blocks. Uppercut's real nice. Played a busted character and hope I didn't play a bad matchup. Yeah, a lot of people had some pretty good. Oh, on-screen chat? Whoa, here we go. Sorry, guys. It got buried. It's got to be like the top window, or else it gets buried. Yeah, I know a lot of people avoided crazy matchups the whole weekend. Like Clinton Thomas did not play a Kirishima for like 6 rounds in a row, and Christopher Bromley, who wanted to play against Kirishimas, could not find one. Could not find a slow six-hander. Garrett Brett had a crazy story where he was like X1-3, like he had 3 ties on the day and like only 1 loss or something. And finally, his story was that he would win game 1 going first, or he'd win a game going first, and the game that the Kirishima went first would take forever, and they just either wouldn't finish the round and it would go like 1-1. So he said, I think it was the last round, he wins the dice roll, he goes first, he wins game 1, he scoops immediately for game 2 to go first game 3, and then manages to win his last round 2-1 after scooping to save time. Dodge Nomu. Is Nomu a bad matchup? Who's Nomu a bad matchup for? A guy at your local ran my Dinky 1 order list. It was painful to fight. Man, I hope they updated it, because that list is pretty old in this format. And also pretty weak to face shield as well. I did think it was interesting to see less Faith Shield symbols represented, right? Like, I think there's an Ochako on life still, but definitely seeing the return of some symbols that aren't on Face Shield is nice. Such a Galaxy Brain play? What's the Galaxy Brain play? Of just avoiding Kirishima 2. The Galaxy Brain play is 100% to just dodge all your bad matchups. That is the gamer move. It's tough. I like to give it a couple minutes at least. And I think every time I've ever like scooped early to try and save time, it's when there's like maybe 10 minutes left in the round. And like it's always backfired. It's the kind of stuff where like maybe I could have survived one more turn, or maybe this wasn't lethal or something. And my opponent was just legitimately taking a bunch of time, and I get killed in like 10 minutes in the last round, and it makes no sense. Like, I think Jacob Johnson did that when we were both on basically like a win in, and I'm like, it doesn't do me any good to like timer scam, you know? Like, neither of us are trying to slow. We're trying to play as fast as possible. And it's like he just got to turn 2 me going second, you know? He just has stronger turn 1 build, so... You can pretty much only pull that off against 7-handers with no defensive ability usually, so I had to compensate for that, and I didn't. Yeah, losing to your identity character is pretty rough. Yeah, Arshan Masir had the roughest bracket luck of anyone there for sure. Man, the weekend was, it was kind of weird. Like, because of all the Kirishimas and stuff, it felt like there wasn't that many like surprises, But for the games that we had, they were still exciting. Like, there was nothing, like, super out of left field. But the games were all so good. And I think the biggest thing is the pace at which people were playing was so fast. Like, normally when I've done online, and I've never noticed just from watching in person, because I'm usually editing or watching at, like, 2 times speed when I'm watching in person on stream. Like on on Twitch VODs, it just seemed like everyone was playing so much faster than they do on webcam. Like, it was legitimately hard to keep up with stuff at times. On stream, I said. On stream. I don't know what people are doing off stream, Even like the slow, methodical games, like people physically moving their stuff around. Like, there's plenty of times where there's like 3 different cards someone can discard for, and because they're not moving dice around, and I think there was one match where guys didn't use dice at all. It was kind of wild, but they were just playing so, like, Phil Birch match was so fast. It was actually so fast. He was just like, these are the good ones. I will play them all because I'm Kirishima. Feel free to stop me if you can. Spoiler, you cannot. So that one was pretty quick. And so, yeah, there was plenty of times where, like, we're just, Levi and I are, like, hunched all the way over, looking as close as we can so we can read all the cards and see everything, and you focus on one thing and miss the other. You'd be surprised. I don't know. People at Nats, especially a table high enough to be on camera, are at the top of the game, so they're going to move. Especially in early rounds, that's not necessarily true, right? And even then, like, pairings are randomized, so, like, table 8 might be the worst tiebreakers of its score. And really good players aren't necessarily fast players, but, it is what it is. Yeah, a bigger monitor might solve it. Ironically, I think a smaller monitor helps. Because a smaller monitor... Like, we're leaned in not to, I guess, read the cards, like, on the table, but we're, like, zoomed in, to just try to see exactly what they're doing. What we need to do, honestly, is we need to get stream players with headsets. And they need to talk into microphones to each other, and so we can hear them. However... me personally, I struggle with that. Like, if I'm trying to listen to Levi talk and I'm trying to listen to players talk, because we can do this on Discord, and I believe like Andrew Holder does this, where he leaves the players like on a low enough volume that he can hear them if you concentrate. But like, if I hear two different people having two different conversations, it scrambles my brain. Like, I just get like white static noise in my head. So I actually mute the players like 100%. And I don't know if there's a way to fix it. I don't know if there's a way to overcome that. Like, if you try to look it up online, it's just general sensory overload, pretty much. So, I don't know. Yeah, like, a judge should have the headset on so they can hear everything that's said. And also, it cancels out the background noise, which has its own benefits for a lot of reasons. You know, there should be like a judge who, you know, has a tablet with UVS Ultra basically open and can look up any card, read any card, and like hear all that stuff, you know, and that way they don't have to bother the players to like read a card if they're not sure. So once we get the software, I don't know, I forget what it's called, but once we get the software where it can just like, the camera picks up the card and then brings it up on screen, the way that Magic has for every card they've ever printed, basically, and I think it was fan-made originally at least. Like, once we have one of those, it'll be a lot better. But right now, like, the production guys, like Brian and Aspira, they're doing so much work to get the right cards on screen and transition them and make them look nice and stuff. Spell Tables uses the stuff I'm talking about, but I thought the program specifically, because Spell Table lets you click on things like with your mouse, and it's like way more in depth than what I'm talking about. This is just one where you place the card in the correct spot under the camera, and it reads it and brings up the image file. And like almost every Magic the Gathering YouTuber who does paper content uses it. But yeah, Spell Table integrates the exact same stuff and just adds even more functionality. I do kind of wish that I could have a direct link to a judge, if only because as a broadcaster, I always mess up if I mention like the proud sign versus the someone with style thing. You're so used to just commenting on every single thing that happens, you just automatically go, oh, I don't think you can do that. And I don't really mean to, and I want to trust the judges and like let an organic experience play out. But at the same time, when I watch other card game tournaments, the commentators do talk about it, and then usually say, well, our judges will get on top of that, but then they do. You know, they'll like reverse I've seen them reverse a game a whole turn, because Magic is such a low impact game where nothing actually fucking changes from turn to turn. You can do that. You know, or they'll like go and penalize someone who did something like a full turn or two ago. So that's just what I'm used to. So like little stuff like that, I really wish I had like a direct line to a judge and just be like, hey, double check if that's possible. And then the other thing is, like I was just talking about a minute ago, sometimes we miss stuff. So, like, it's not up to me to overrule a judge or, like, overstep a judge. But that stuff can get really hard when you're like, man, I really think something went wrong here. And I have to just kind of figure out how to talk about it without saying that, because I don't know if something went wrong. I wish I could see the players' cards in hand on the stream. Well, luckily, most players were kind of flashing most of it. But yeah, hand cams were definitely a plan, but it wasn't a good setup for it. To get really good hand cams is kind of an investment, and to have the setup and stuff for it. If we were, you know, big time, if we had unlimited money, just write blank checks, what we would do is we would have hand cams for the tables, and then the judges would have that the people standing around. Like, technically, we don't need hand cams if we have a judge and I keep saying judge. It could be a staff. It could be any staff. Maybe it shouldn't be a judge. But if there's a staff member who has a tablet and they're standing there and they look over the player's shoulder and they just select all the cards, right? They just record all the cards in each player's hand. And then anytime a player draws a card or leaves a card from their hand, they go over to the other side, they look at their hand, they update it, And yeah, we've had pretty decent hand cams. The ones that we had in, I think, 2016, 2017 when we were at, was it Sabacon? Maybe it was the first year at Level Up X. So yeah, it was the first year at Level Up, actually. Sabacon was at Planet Hollywood. Oh, maybe. Like the person walking around taking the notes should functionally not be like Magic. They have one on each side. Magic, they have one guy on each side who's just constantly looking over your shoulder. Anyway, like you'll see their setup. They got basically at least one staff member for every player plus a judge or two. So. Yeah, we had hand cams in 2016, 2017. They were a godsend, don't get me wrong, but they were far from perfect. Players don't really have any obligation to hold them up for us and stuff, make sure they're positioned perfectly in front of them. But I do think hand cams could go a long way, or just having someone who takes note of every card that's in a player's hand. But there is something to be said, guys, about the surprise. There is something to be said about having an oh my goodness moment that you absolutely can't have when all of the information is known. So just be ready. If we do get hand cams, which people really do like to have, we all want that information. Just, don't be surprised if a lot of matches end on a less cool note. If there's just a little bit of drama that gets taken away from that. So I would vote personally for hand cams and for that knowledge, just like I vote for giving out deck lists, especially in Top Cuts Day 2 situations, providing deck lists to the rival. But there is some level of suspense that goes away with that. Just something to keep in mind. Right, better analysis, worse TV, exactly. That's a lot of that's with deck lists too. We can get access to deck lists sometimes, or sometimes we just know the deck list because it's someone we tested with, or they showed us and said, "Hey man, I'm playing this. What do you think?" And because we don't provide deck lists to their rival, we can't talk about what is in someone's deck. We can only speculate. And it's almost your duty to speculate both incorrect and correct information if you have any information, So it's very tough. It's very, very tough. Hand cams for Swiss, none for Top Cuts. I don't hate that. I kind of don't hate that. We have less of a top deck culture as well. Our top decking culture is control checks. So we still get a little bit of suspense from a control check, possibly, rather than a Magic the Gathering where a guy has, they're gonna draw a card, but they have nothing in hand. There's literally only one out, so you might as well flip it, or else you lose anyway. Those kinds of stuff in Magic is really cool, but we get that almost every card we play. So we get that kind of stuff a lot anyhow. I don't know. It was a very cool weekend. I had a ton of fun. I have to thank Jasco Games, of course, for absolutely hooking it up. The new management really is trying to push things forward, and it's not been perfect, right? But I think it would be unfair to say that it has not improved immensely. I just truly believe that. It was easy to be jaded back in March, April, whatever, and it was easy to focus on the negatives and really hope that it wouldn't repeat. And for the most part, I don't think too many issues have been consistent. It's always like the same. It's like the same category of problem with a new issue. So obviously, still some growing pains, but I think we've come an insanely long way since February this year. You know. Yeah, even like whatever nonsense was there was so minimal compared to previous nonsense, I think. Which is not to be dismissive, but there is only so much you can do, you know? I think the only thing that ever super bothered me, like when I made top 12, you know, I was 12th place in Pasadena and we didn't have a top 16. That was really sucky, especially with how close we were. And people kind of mocked the top 32 out of a 300-person tournament here, but at the same time, like, obviously I would have voted for that same treatment in Pasadena, right? Just because of where I ended up. So, like, that kind of stuff is tough, but it's not like anyone's fault. You know, the difficulties in Orlando was the fact that no one had a solution, you know? The difficulties in Orlando was like, how do we fix this? What do people want us to do? That was frustrating, where it's like there's no clear path. This time, if there was an issue, as far as I know, they were able to fix it. You know, if there was something that was addressed, you know, and it was gonna change outcomes and things like that, and it was caught in a timely enough manner, I thought they fixed it. Obviously, I was on the broadcast team, so this is the one where I have the least stories, at least about gameplay and stuff. But yeah, I thought it was a pretty smooth event. No event is ever 100% perfect top to bottom. Nilmerg hilariously gave me a bad ruling in the standard event, but it fixed it immediately when they saw my reaction, you know. I was playing against Taisei, who has 2 health, playing this Nomu deck right here, which I guess is a good enough segue to talk about it. Where can I move this for it? Can I just make him smaller? Zoop. Does that work? Oh no, he disappeared. Oh, it just ended. What weird timing. Alright, we're just going to play it in the background music, whatever. Goodbye for it. So anyway, so I was playing this Nomu deck, and I'm up against Taisei, who, if you guys don't know, is a character that starts with 2 health. But when you kill him, he switches to a 5-hander with 8 health. And he can do that 4 times in a match. So, realistically, you gotta deal 8 damage 4 times and 2 damage once. Which, if you're good at math, that's 34 damage. So he's like a funny 5-hand sized character in a lot of ways. The other thing about this deck is that it's played by Clinton Thomas. So, it's made to attack on like turn 1. And just gauge a million characters out and get all 4 of those characters out. Because he starts with 2. And to get those extra lives, you have to deal a certain amount of damage. You have to like play cards that go get those extra characters. And so, game 1, he builds out like a schmillion. And turn 2 puts me at like 15 life. He's literally sending 7 damage moves at me the whole time. And so, yeah, 34 is like the minimum you have to do. Sometimes he gains life back, but yeah. Yeah, realistically, yeah, you're going to do more than 8 and stuff like that, but 34 is what you have to do. And so, and so anyway, at one point, I go to review this card. It's called the Azure Nightmare. It's one of the biggest fuckers cards from Standard. It's so innocuous. It's not exciting at all, but it's absolutely just fucking annoying. It does a bunch of stuff, right? Like, if you stun someone and they stun the Azure Nightmare, you lose 2 life, which is annoying. It's a 6 check, which is annoying. Once per turn, you can discard a card to ready it, which is annoying. But the main thing is after it's discarded, your opponent loses 1 health. So that can't kill them. None of these abilities can kill them. But when you're Taisei and you start at 1 health, he can no longer use Elk Shield. Elk Shield says when you block with it, you only take one. And so for Taisei, that's almost like an Omni block, right, for your first attack. And if he gains life, he has ways to gain back up to 2. So, like, if you don't pressure the Taisei and kill him early, he can take one, gain it, take one, gain it, etc., right? So, this was just super funny to have early on in the game. And at one point, Clinton was like, well, I don't think it works that way when you review it. And at this time, it's getting late in the round. It's like I'm up 1-0, I think, and I don't... Or I'm about to win this game, because I lost the first one, sorry. And I don't think I'm going to win the third game, realistically. So I'm cool with wasting some time, and I'm like, we can call a judge. And we're laughing. Like, Clinton was a blast the whole weekend. He was in such good spirits. He was having so much fun. Like I said, dodged Kirishima 2, topped both events. Dude's an absolute fucking gamer. Like, won Worlds teams back-to-back, I think. Or no. You won Worlds teams, and then we were Swiss champs, I think, the next. I think he has 2. I could be wrong. But he always kills it. He's always killing it in teams events. And so... and I know he hasn't had the biggest chance to play throughout the year, so this was really cool to see him show up in both formats. But we're having a blast, so we call Nilmerg over, and I'm like, hey, when I review this, does he lose 1 health? And and Nil read the card, and she's like, no, reviewing's not discarding. And I just said as loud as I could, what? What do you mean? And she said, hold on 1 second. And she goes and she gets the rule book. And it's probably the LGR, I don't know. And brings up reviewing. And under reviewing, it literally says you discard the card. And she got it right like 3 seconds later. It was just funny. You know, it's just one of those things where, like, you read the card and it doesn't necessarily explain the card. So, yeah, brought out the book. Brought out the rule book. Hit him with it. So this deck, I'll be honest, no offense to Jacob Masir, but there's 2 major things about this deck off the top of my head. One, I'm not a Nomu player. I'm not, I'm just not a Nomu guy. Jacob absolutely is. I'm not a Nightmare player. I suck at Nightmare, and that dude destroyed me in a retro event playing a standard Nightmare. So, that's just number 1. Number 2, there's no fucking revokes in this deck. This deck needed revokes so bad. And I borrowed this deck at the last second because I don't have standard cards anymore, and I don't really collect cards in general. It gives me anxiety, so I like to borrow cards from people. And he was playing revokes in his own deck, so it's fine. I'm not actually complaining. It's just this deck really needed it, because if you notice, out of 22 cards, how many of these cards check a 3 chat? How many of these cards check a 2? It's 11. It's exactly half. It's exactly half. What's funny is if they had given out revokes for, like, participation, we could have just put them on the deck list and waited for them to hand out first round participation and sleeve up some revokes, but it is what it is. But for those that don't know, revoke is one of the stronger actions in standard, and one of my favorites, and one of the prizes they give out. This is revoke. Are after your opponent plays an enhance ability. That's any enhance. That's character enhance. That's foundation, asset, attack, whatever. You just cancel it, and it removes itself from the card pool. It's 0. And then first form, your foundations get -1 difficulty, and then you build this card to your staging area face down. And so when it comes to playing 1 checks, this card is a free foundation. Well, any deck really, it's a free foundation. That is true. It is a free foundation, and no deck needs free foundations more than a Hellfire Impalement deck. So, or at least specifically decks with 1 checks in them. It just increases the amount you get to build. It's just a solid thing to have. And also, like, canceling major enhances in a deck that is so swingy. This deck is so up and down. Like, the turns it has are either complete ass bullshit or completely awesome bullshit. So, Test Your Might was fucking hilarious. You forgot to put the revokes in? Come on, bro. Oh, man. This deck... Okay, so I went into this expecting to win, like, 2 matches against people that have, like, never played Standard before, get my participation, and then dip. And that was it. Like, I was expecting to have, like, a short day. Like, as soon as I got the participation in the last round, I was probably going to play 1 game and scoop. And so I could go shower, go to the hotel, get some food, rest up, because I got commentary to do the next day. I get dumpstered by Tim Keefe in round 1. So round 1, plan as a go. Round 1 was absolutely par for the course. Tim Keefe was playing Astaroth, which has as much fucking health as Nomu, has almost as much damage pump, has an extra hand size, picks up attacks for free. Just very popular to be doing a lot of these same things. A little surprised did Tim Keefe top Standard Sunset? I don't remember, but it was such a good matchup against this deck. And he just killed me so early that I had no foundations to reduce stuff. I would have like 3 foundations, and he's like, alright, here's 7 attacks. They're all for 7 damage. Like, it was very easy for people to send 7-8 damage attacks at me. It was very annoying. And of course, checking back to block. You just don't get to block. Tim was top 4. Okay, yeah, because that deck is very good. Forcing, like, maybe the worst play I made all weekend is he plays a Fatality, and I have 1 foundation. So I'm like, I'm not really blocking shit anyway. I have a +0 high and a +1 high, I think. Maybe I had 3 blocks, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I had 2. I built 1 foundation turn 1. I tried to play a Hellfire to get more foundations turn 2 and failed it. And he plays a Fatality, which deals no damage. However, if I don't block Fatality, he will pick up a real attack. So he plays a 2nd Fatality. And he's removing all my delicious bad checks from my discard pile for later anyway. And I'm like, alright, he's fishing for attacks. I will block this Fatality. And they're guaranteed blocks too, which is part of why I'm blocking them, because I have 1s, but this is blocking on 0 and 1. And then, after 2 fatalities, he plays 3 more attacks in his 6-hander, responds to pick up a 4th, and the 4th attack is like sadistic waste multiples for 7 each, and actually just like turn 2's the absolute fuck out of me at 35 health. So that deck was super sweet. Started the day off with a loss, and was just ready to, lose 3 or 4 more games and it's chill. Instead, this deck absolutely dumpstered like 4 or 5 rounds in a row. Then I played against an Ivy, and that was a super funny story and I was getting super lucky. Like, there's just a million 6 checks, but I was just like rolling 6s all in a row when I shouldn't have, all kinds of shit. I was trying very well. I didn't build super good, but as Nomu, I didn't have to. Like, turn 2 me wasn't rough. But then I played against, I think, Jesse Allen from Roanoke, and it was super funny because he said that the person sitting right next to him in, like, round 5 or 6 or something was also a Jesse and was also the only other person playing Ivy. And so this character's not super popular, but I think Tamron Cardwell got 2nd place in the Standard tournament. I think it was the Sean O'Brien Try It Before You Buy It, maybe, where this got 2nd place on the all symbol. They were playing the evil symbol, which is more popular for her, but this is not a super popular character, and it was very funny that it seemed like the only 2 people playing Ivy were named Jesse and sitting next to each other, and they played each other in round 1. You can't make this shit up. That shit's crazy to me. So, I played against Jesse. It was super close. It was a very tough matchup because this character says after any attack with 2 or fewer printed keyword steals damage, gain 2 and draw 1, starts at 30 health. She hacks her checks. This is one of my This is one of my favorite characters for playing Hellfire Impalement, actually. Because you reveal the top card of your deck, and you can remove it. And if you do, you add the top card of your discard pile. So you can, like, force your checks to work. The reason we play Nomu is because these attacks are, like, string attacks, but you still need damage. And because you have to play zeros and ones, you don't get to play damage pump. So you actually want your character to pump damage more than anything. We could have put Ivy in the side, yeah. The Soul Calibur characters are mega cranked because the prevailing theory is to sell cards before dumping the card game. If you look at... We can just do this, actually. This is super easy. Watch this. Let me go... Let's see. Let's open Ivy in a new tab, right? Direct link. Ivy's not even mega cranked. Ivy sucks. That's what I'm saying. Like, Ivy's not popular, right? So let's take, like, one of the least played, not even sucks, one of the least played characters from this set. Let's put Libra, blah, blah, blah. Let's go. My hero. Let's take one of the least played characters from Yu Yu Hakusho. Probably take any character from one of the least played characters from this set. God, these all topped events. These all topped worlds. Siegfried, maybe. Alright, one of the least... Nope, Jeremy Ray fucking got top 4 at a PTC, I think, with Keelik. Now, I can't do Botan because new people actually really like Botan. It has to be... I don't know. This character got ratted, but it'll be funny because he's the... No, Mitsurugi. Mitsurugi's the perfect example because only one person showed up with a deck like in retro for him. And people were like, oh, this shit's real as fuck. Donovan, Elena, Morgan are all good choices for this. Or I'm getting too low. I'm taking too long with this, but this will be pretty good. This is a good history lesson, actually. Is it Reptile or Sub-Zero that's the worst here? Not Reptile. Well, maybe Reptile. Raiden? Raiden's not great. I can't win a fucking match with Raiden. Like, no joke. No, they got second place at Worlds. God, they're the worst in the fucking set and they got second place. They're actually the worst character in the set and they got second place at a national, dude. At a major cardboard event. Ed and I actually haven't done anything. And then... None of this is like what you call it, de facto. These are definitely opinions of mine. Akuma won pretty bad, but he looks good. Sasha? You think I was gonna go Sebastian, but Sebastian also turned 1 to people like Ulrich. Let's go Sasha. And then Battle for Power. We actually have some decent choices, but it's clearly Gyro, man. We're gonna play a mini game of Stutter Stinker with the chat. That's what we're about to do, guys. Go tell your friends if they want to play. If they've always wanted to play Stutter Stinker, we're gonna do one character from each set since I started playing the game. We're not doing champ promos though, because gamers design champ promos. The gamers design the champ promos. Nightman? Oh, it's actually Nightman. You're not wrong. I would play Gyro Man over Nightman after they fucking massacred my boy. I wanted to main Nightman so hard. I wanted to play Nightman more than any other character. No cap. Not a single ounce of cap. I was so ready to play Nightman, bro. So ready. Rise of the Masters. And then the tins. Should we include the tins? Should we include the tins, Jacob? $100%, okay. We're including the tins. Not doing platinum. This is already taking too long. I'm already losing people. My viewer count has dropped in half. Man, these are all kind of tight. Actually, the worst is Iceman, but to get the idea, I'm gonna go Fireman. So these are all the characters that were like just printed when I started, and I'm gonna include King of Fighters because I'm a piece of shit. This one has too much text. I need to keep this easy. This one was not playable. Okay. 2 more sets. No, we'll get Red Horizon. Fuck, we'll get the Red Horizon. That won't take long. Alright. Had to put Riding KOF. Billy. No. Duo is kind of tight. Duo, D-U-O, guys. Not everything's a fucking JoJo's reference. Also, if you want the fucking JoJo's reference, it's Joe Higashi's hair. Actually, there's actually a literal JoJo's reference in King of Fighters. Do you guys know that? Do you guys know that the creators admit they have a design based on Duo? Or Duo. Motherfucking God. Based on JoJo's? You want the actual... Is it this set? Yeah, this is the actual JoJo's reference. He's a literal Polnareff reference. Admitted by the designers. They loved Polnareff so much, they wanted to just add him to the game. And they just changed his name. And, like, legally changed his design over time. Yeah. I didn't know that until this year. Literally, I did not know Benimaru is strictly inspired by Polnareff until watching a YouTube video in 2022. I also didn't watch JoJo's until, like, 2021. So, Yuri, we got Yuri, alright. Yeah, he's dead-ass Polnareff. He does lightning attacks and everything, like... I watched JoJo's and didn't make that connection either. You don't even know what we're choosing yet, Jacob. You're just saying characters you like. Well, it's not literally Stutter Stinker. We're not literally going through Stutter Stinker. What I'm doing, I'll tell you guys what I'm doing. What I'm doing is I'm going through and I am picking what is generally the worst character from each set. Like, very quick, not like this isn't literal, but this is to prove the point of this is like where the basement for character power levels in general have evolved. So this is like the early Jasco sets. You have a 7 hand size 21, that's a lot of health, but her abilities are R commit 1 foundation, discard 1 block, which means a card with a block modifier on it. Because back then, not every card had a block. After your opponent plays an attack, choose 1 keyword ability on this attack. That ability cannot be played during this enhanced step. This is a lot of jargon bullshit to say discard 1 card that has a block modifier and your opponent can't play a keyword ability of your choice on this attack. This is so limited, it doesn't remove the keyword, it doesn't cancel it. It just lets them not play it in the first place, and you have to do it when they play the attack so it can gain keywords later. It doesn't say printed, so if it gained it from Icewall, that might count, but, you know. And then R commit the character, discard 1 block. After you make a check, that check gets plus X. X equals the discarded card's block modifier. So you could probably get like plus 4 if you were trying to be like super cute. But by committing your character and discarding a card, you could get plus 3 to a check on average. Though she does have 4s in her kit. But this character has been reprinted as promos and stuff. And I think she's super funny, but she's just not super strong. And someone in the chat can correct me, but I don't think this was ever really sleeved up for any serious competition. And it's fine. She's a waifu character. She has maybe some really nice sideboard implications, and I have used this character when I was very new to the game to play very funny decks where once per turn I can just extend really hard. Like getting a +3 to a check, which is effectively 2 because you have to commit your character, wasn't like super common, which that'll become foreshadowing for later. So you have a character, so you commit a foundation, discard a card, commit your character, discard a card for cost, right? Now we have a 628 Kaden, who says after an attack speed or damage is increased due to your opponent's effect, flip one of their foundations, but you have to check a 5, that's pretty strong. That is pretty strong. And then R5 plus after your attack deals damage, destroy one face down foundation in your opponent's stage. So the fact that you get to choose makes this stuff kind of good, you know. There's not a ton of applications, I think, for the top response other than to just gatekeep your opponent trying to do a million +1s, which I didn't really run into when this character was legal while I was playing in 2014. It could have. I know people were like trying to bring Kaden 2 back to fight against Dimitri because he would put a card in his card pool that says all your attacks get +2 damage, and I smoked this character every time I saw it. I played Pharaoh Man and did not give a single fuck about this character. Checking 5s over and over and over again just isn't super reliable. It fucks up your actual checks to play attacks. He's a 6-hander, and again, maybe not the literal worst, but overall just not a super appealing deck to build around, but very funny. It's all responsive. It's all reactive to what your opponent does, which is the problem from a competitive standpoint. But a cool design. I will say this one is a cool design. I think the design is cool. And then we have Yuri, who's a 626. There's a very weird watermark on this, but enhance. If your attack deals damage, gain 1 vitality. Tight. Mina 1. Any Mina 1 fans in chat? We got Mina 1 fans? And gain 1 resource symbol of your choice until the start of your next turn. So if you deal damage, she gets a 4th resource symbol, and then a 5, and then a 6. You know, she gets a bunch of symbols. But you still have to symbol chain correctly, right? And then response, after your opponent plays their second non-foundation card this turn, which means blocking or whatever, search your deck for 1 card that shares 3 symbols with your character, reveal it, and add it to your hand. This character searches their fucking deck for a card just for you trying to play 2 attacks in a turn. How many times... I played against this character exactly once in competition, guys. How often do you think this character pulled off their response against me in competition when I played Dimitri 1? I'll give you guys a second to get your answers in. How many times over the course of a game versus Dimitri 1, categorically one of the slowest, like, top-tier decks of all time, did my rival Yuri player get to pull off that bottom response? We got it twice in chat. Okay. That's an MHA character. I don't know if that's your response, but I'm going to assume it is. Watch it be never. Well, you know. This includes me attacking twice, guys. If I attack them twice in a turn, you got to remember that includes that. Attack once pass. Well, that would take forever. She gains life. She gains life on face and has a life symbol. What do you guys think? Any more guesses? How many times did Yuri get to pull off their response? For the 2 lethal turns. I'm saying over the course of the match, guys. Best of 3. How many times? I'm going to give it another minute because of the stream delay. You know. How many times do you guys think? Yeah? Kono? Okay. Most realistic. So the answer is exactly one time, and it's because I blocked with Templar twice. And they searched their deck for a Templar, and I built caught red-handed the next turn. Anytime I attacked Yuri twice, I hilariously used my... game 1, I did not attack her more than once in a turn. JCS is right. I attack once and pass. The second game, I sided in her own card against her, which says, first E, commit one card in your opponent's staging area. The very first thing I would do is somnambulism her and commit her. She got to do it exactly once on defense in game 1. Kono's what the fuck is the best? It's a 4-diff 3-check somnambulism. And it's her own attack. That's the best part. It's her own fucking attack. It only does 2 damage, yeah. It's hilariously reliable with like retro formats, not characters give like tons of damage. Because the speed can't be reduced is really important. Like, if you just start pumping like tons of stats, like with Punch and Judy into this, it becomes like a 16 high for 14 that you can't reduce the speed. This card was hard to play. This is like a 1-of. This is like a strict 1-of for like main boards and stuff for a lot of people. Real gamers play it as a 2-of, but any more than that, and you might flood out with them, and it's not that great to have multiples. Usually you're just going to commit their character and go in. So, yeah, it's not like a 4X staple card or anything, but it was a super gamer tech piece that a lot of decks really should have been playing if they weren't. You know, committing Dimitri would have been pretty strong for a lot of decks. But yeah, I still think it's so funny. The only time I ever played against a Yuri, they got committed by their own character. And then we all stopped playing this in Dimitri. It was so weird. Then like I played this in Dimitri for like exactly that event. And never again. It's the weirdest shit of all time. But this character, like, this is such a sick ability. I've tried to play Yuri so many times because I love these symbols, like, all in life. And I love gaining symbols. And I love searching my deck for Templar. And I love gaining life. But it just, she never, like, came together. Never all worked out, so... Billy 627. This is a promo character. He's built around dealing 2 damage or less, which is like funny haha stuff. And he has this card to work with on Chaos. Murakumo. Nobody's seen Murakumo. This is a 5-speed low for 2 damage, but it has multiple 4s, so you can make 4 copies of this attack. It means you can hit somebody 5 times. If you have 4 momentum and this attack, you can hit them 5 times for 2 damage. And what happens when he hits you? Your opponent adds 1 foundation from their stage to their hand. So like Super Toru. This is Super Toru, but you have to deal weenie damage. And it doesn't matter if it's blocked, it matters if it deals damage. And on top of that, you can commit a foundation to give Murakumo multiple 1 again. So with 5 momentum, you can hit someone 6 times and just debuild them 6 times if they can't block it. And it's tilt-inducing, but I don't think it ever topped an event. Some people did try this when they made Chaos cards that debuild the opponent, like Ever Hopeful. And there was like a debuild sub-theme, but dealing 2 damage at a time just isn't that great. I would play the shit out of this in MHA in a heartbeat, actually. I actually liked Toru 1 a lot on Spoil, like back in set 1, because I thought her response to bounce attacks would be way more important. But as a 6-hander, she just can't afford it. So, Yeah, this would be like the worst character of that era. K2, they played really safe because K1 was busted as fuck. If you're seeing a pattern with characters whose name is K, it's reduced to K or abbreviated as K, being busted, let me know. And so your attack gets -1 speed. The next attack you play this turn gets +3. It's kind of like Ibarra, but for speed. Neat. And then enhance, if your combo attack deals damage, both players destroy one of their foundations. So it's symmetrical, and it never really was like very easy to use. Like, both players get to choose which one gets destroyed, and for the longest time he didn't have like a way to compensate. Like, he has like really bad ways to compensate in his own kit, basically. But like Shadow of a Cowboy would make this character way too, like, way nicer. But you know, he's a weird stat pump, and his first one is so slow. You know, he has to slow it down himself. Like, there's just not a good enough payoff. Like, Grape Rush, play Grape Rush with him. Probably kind of tight. Fireman probably not actually the worst from this, but he's got a weird enough gimmick that it makes the point. Where your attack gets X damage, X equals half the printed damage of the preceding attack in your card pool. Rounded up, so, you know, you get some nice... You get to round up on 3 damage attacks, 5 damage attacks, round up, which is cool. But his damage reduction also rounds up, unlike Kirishima, because after you block with an attack card, your opponent's next attack gets -X damage. X equals half the printed damage of the blocked attack. So typically you're giving +2 and -2 damage when you do stuff, but you have to commit an additional foundation and you have to block. And as a 6-hander, he's just not doing much, right? He does have like some giant bombs. Like, you can play 8 damage, 7 damage attacks and like get +4 damage, which is an insanely good amount back then. But they were super high difficulty. So he just didn't... He was very much a fun deck to play. And could be frustrating with some of the damage reduction on these symbols. He has one of the best foundations of all time. But yeah, just didn't really get to do much. QB is nearly unplayable. She's just a 720. She gives X damage to her attacks, capped at 3. X equals your opponent's momentum. So as soon as your opponent can pay momentum, which there's a lot more just blanket discard 1 momentum, do nothing effects back then, you don't have a damage pump. And then enhance, you can add 1 card from your opponent's discard pile to their momentum once per turn, but again, if you're just giving them stuff to spend it on, you're probably trolling. That's just how it is. They did bring this kit back. They brought this idea back and like made it 10 times more cranked. Like, they pushed it to the moon, gave it a fucking alternate win condition and shit. But at the time, you were trolling if you were playing this character. Shouts to JT Wanner, one of the best trollers of all time. Proto-Man 2 gave some of the best cards to the card. Well, maybe the one best card to the card pool, I guess. But you have to commit a foundation for after your attack blocked. If your blocked attack resolves, discard it from your card pool, and your opponent loses 1 vitality. This is Bakugo 1 with a cost. Like, this is like UFS's version of chip damage. Like, you block and you take 1 damage instead of the full damage. This is just Bakugo 1 but worse. Nice. He took Proto-Man 2 to the first Jasco event. I took Proto-Man 1. I wanted to play Proto-Man 2 so badly when it was spoiled. The idea of getting to clear more than 1 card per turn was sick as fuck. I just could never actually pump the attacks. Like, because the bottom part is your attack gets... You have to commit for it. So it's basically once per turn. You have to hard commit. Your attack gets X damage and X speed. X equals the number of cards that have been discarded. Specifically discarded, mind you. Not removed. Not added to your hand. Not added to momentum. Like, discarded from your card pool. And so getting this above a +2/+2 was a struggle. People would just take your 4 damage attacks and never let you do any of your gimmick. So you don't see a lot of like super reactive stuff like this with a cost anymore. And like, they moved these types of effects onto attacks like Blast Rush Turbo. So J. Talbane, he looks pretty good on paper. This one looks pretty good. If this is your first attack, it gets +2/+2. So once per turn, like Todoroki 2, but it has to be the first one. So it's like the one your opponent wants to, like you telegraph. Like, this is going to be the hardest one I can make. Like, so you have to get a bunch of stats from your staging area to back up for it. And then after your kick, punch, or slam attack deals damage, draw 2 cards, or commit. So this character literally only does things when you attack. And his entire ability is to be an 8 hand size character with 27 health. That's it. It's nowhere close to as good as All Might 3, right? Like, he has to play an attack to get +2/+2, and then he wants to draw 2 cards. Solid. He's a starter deck character, to be fair. He's a solid star deck experience. But as far as like competitively goes, you know, you should see the other star deck characters. And then Gyro Man got nerfed. This one might not be fair, but he originally had no... he originally had damage pump ability, and this was not like capped. He just had like enhance, add 1 card from your hand to your card pool face down, draw 2 cards. Which, that should be legitimately like hard to deal with. Like, you add a face down and +1 progressive difficulty to draw 2 new cards. That's tough to deal with, and it looks like an ability people wouldn't want to play. Like, the problem is that there was so many ways to clear face downs from your card pool. There was like cards that would add them back to your hand. There's cards that would add them to momentum. There's cards that would just discard a face down specifically. Like, they were looking for face downs, and so this actually became like a super synergistic effect. And then on top of that, the original version had a response that said after you draw a card, it had Sato's response. It was actually just Sato. It was actually just Sato 1. So instead of removing the card, you would add it to your stage. Instead of drawing 1, or add to your card pool, I mean. Instead of drawing 1, you would draw 2. And then you would respond every time you draw a card during the enhanced step, you would get +1 damage. Or maybe it was damage for every card you drew, something like that. But the important thing is you could make like a dual symbol all-in-air deck that could actually just clear its card pool over and over, draw like 20 cards, and not even necessarily win the game. Just play 15 cards in a turn and like dirtle around and go through your whole deck. And, you know, after it was spoiled, but before it was printed, they just shot him in the kneecaps to make sure it wasn't too good. His other cards, his support became okay for like Akuma way later, because it took them a long time to care about face downs in the pool again. But this character just was unplayable on print. Sasha, first F, clog your own pool again. Add 1 face-up foundation from your staging area to your card pool, but your checks to play Fury attacks get +1 for the rest of the combat phase. So that's nice. We get rid of we compensate for the difficulty immediately. And then E, discard 1 foundation from your card pool. Your Fury attack gets +2 speed. That's pretty nice. We get rid of that progressive we added anyway. We get to weave our foundations away. But unlike Momo, we don't get to build them. So if we're using foundations from our hand, we're kind of like discarding a card from our hand for +2 speed, only with extra difficulty. Instead of just using that actual +1 for our checks. And also, she's keyword locked to only Fury. This was the first set that they printed Fury attacks. So there just wasn't enough attacks. On top of that, she's a 7/18. I don't really get this one. The design is like it like goes in one big circle. Not the worst character like ever printed, but like she just goes in her own circle. She has a foundation that doesn't count towards progressive difficulty and adds itself to the card pool, which is one of the best foundations ever, but not because you'd ever want it to leave your stage, just because you could build it turn 1 and have it not count towards progressive difficulty. Like, it's actually this is actually such a staple card that was a 4 of in almost every deck on its symbols, and you did not want to use the enhance unless you wanted to make your last check. Shotgun, yeah. Then we were gonna get to that with the U set where with Spirit Shotgun you could start adding it to your card pool for +2 damage, but it was a staple on release just because of this text. It does not count towards progressive difficulty for any reason. If you block with it, in reversal it was tight. If you have only 2 checks in your deck, it's guaranteed 2 foundations. Just, you know, those effects are just that strong. So Fei Long. This is now Street Fighter took a dip. This one might still look pretty good because of how good all the characters from Battle for Power right before it were. And like Blood Omen a little bit had some strong characters. But this one is rough. E once per turn. Change each combo requirement on your attack to combo. So, for example, if he was playing Staff Strike, or if he could... How is it? Because I was going fast, Keenan. I was trying not to take forever to do an impromptu bit about shitty characters designed over the years. And yeah, T-Hawk could be a little misleading because T-Hawk has some very punishing abilities, but you have to understand the card pool and his hand size restrictions to realize why T-Hawk sucks ass. T-Hawk would like give MHA characters a run for their money. But once per turn, you can change each combo requirement on your attack to combo. And so if you had a Staff Strike, it would no longer be combo weapon foundation. It would be combo. So you just have to have 2 combo attacks in front of it. So that's kind of neat. He opens up some deck building stuff by just jamming all the best combo attacks. Except, almost none of the best combo attacks had a printed damage of 3 or less. And he counts for face-up attacks with printed damages of 3 or less. So he doesn't count multiple copies for just a strict damage pump. So his damage pump is scaling based on how many attacks you have in your card pool, and then almost all the best combo attacks, including his own, generated multiple copies, especially on these symbols. So if they didn't say face up, he probably could have rolled some people's faces as like a pure combo, like aggressive combo deck, like Magic style combo where you just like accrue 2 or 3 cards that annihilate the opponent. But you know, he 718 again. Like this, like 7 hand size in general is such a benefit that like health totals were getting nerfed pretty hard at this time. This is like backlash to printing an 8 hand size character with no abilities that like dominated a couple tournaments. And then now we hit the Bebop Meteor, right? This is the Whiplash. So if you guys saw the Fei Long from Street Fighter and the poor reception Street Fighter got. Street Fighter was not super popular because it was supposed to be like a soft reset to the power levels and the onboarding process for new players, because Street Fighter was the biggest IP fighting games could ask for, and we were a fighting game card game. And this is when the game got ruined by the Bebop power creep. This is when the Bebop Meteor hit. And so this is like pretty close to the worst character. Again, not literally the worst. And Bebop didn't have a ton of characters. But this is Edenine. And this format was like where aggro was like not even aggro, because there was still like strong defensive like wall decks, but it was just like you had to have the most miserable pile of insanely strong, literally unblockable. Your deck is now mostly ultra rares. Like it was a lot. Like just the numbers were cranked on certain cards. Coffee Samba is still like not a championship card really, but dumpsters half the decks. Like anyway, so for Edenine, before the game begins, you search your deck for up to 3 copies of this card and attach them. So you have all four characters out immediately, which could let you run a smaller deck size, but I don't even think Edenine players take advantage of that. And then they only have 1 ability. Your turn, add 1 character from your staging area to your hand. Your opponent discards 1 card. If the discarded card was a non-attack card, you can draw a card or commit one of your opponent's foundations. So if you make them discard an attack, that's considered good enough, because they can't attack you with it. But if not, if they choose to discard what are typically your less powerful cards, they get benefits from it. And this kind of reads as like 3 times per turn, but there's ways to get the characters back. They have actions and things like that. This deck is still pretty popular because of how strong discard plus damage pump has gotten. But it takes a couple turns, and every now and then they print crazy things that stop discard decks, like Pure of Heart. So, you know, this is also the set that introduced a ton of bad checks and made 2 checks and 1 checks insanely good. They were like, if people are going to play a fucking 1 check, it better, like, win them the game. And so, Let's Party, Coffee Samba was printed. Missile Launcher just has all the numbers possible. This was the set where they were like, people gotta die. Like, and again, you could play defense. I was upset at the time because it was so hard to adjust. But if you were dead, you were just dead. It's just how it is. So, you know, if you're gonna play a 1 check, it should be pretty fucking broken. That's how I feel. Like, you know, Coffee Samba is right where a 1 check should be for what it's worth. Because sometimes you do, maybe without the desperation. I think giving a 1 check desperation 2 is kind of a cop-out, but desperation's a shitty design idea in the first place. Which I hate saying that because it's like straight up thematic from KOF, pretty much. But yeah, it's not a great mechanic. And it's certainly not a mechanic characters should like really be built around. But yeah, other than that, Coffee Samba is pretty much right there. Like, it does, like, the one thing I like about 1 checks is 1 checks should let you break normal design philosophy. Like, Coffee Samba having draw 2 cards as a cost is like beautiful 1 check design, because drawing 2 cards should never really be a cost. And if you are gonna print an insane cost like that, it should absolutely come with a 1 check. And like that card does not play like a normal style of game, and you cannot build your deck very normal around it. And I think that's why you don't see it like dominating major tournaments. It usually gets second place at most tournaments. You see people play it in because it just does hurt consistency. But Ed and 9 are pretty good. People have topped with them. They're strong. But like, look at the difference between where we started of like, do I have a game plan? Is my character generically useful? You know, they have like these niche responsibilities. Now we're at the point where like you're hard pressed for the worst character to be you discard a card. You won 2 PTCs with Coffee Samba? Bullshit. I thought you won 1 PTC. With Coffee Samba? Also, PTCs were like 20 people. Come on, man. I said majors. It wasn't dominating majors. It was winning regional aggro. See, when you take Bebop to Vegas, what won Vegas? When you bring Bebop over to Vegas with all the busted, no. You win in the East Coast with aggro decks. When it came to Vegas, it was a Spike 1. It was a miserable fucking wall deck that Scott Sunman made, where he literally could not check a 3. He made the deck so that he could always look at the top card of his deck and get rid of 3 checks. Like, also, I think JJ didn't play Coffee Samba on that list because he didn't want to play lower than a 2. And I bet if he could go back and do it, he would have played Coffee Samba, though. Yeah, this is when I took a break, though. I did actually take a break because I was burnt out. I think it was 2 Worlds. It was the first Worlds Bebop was out, and I took a break, and I played in the next Worlds, but was, like, not really into it. Because that entire PTC in Vegas, I just spent getting stunned out and having people play attacks at me, and there was no interaction. Big shots meant that the game ended on turn 1 or turn 2, and like there was just no gameplay involved like half my matches. And the other half the matches, the gameplay was usually just, okay, which of my 3 foundations do I stun? Oh, you checked the 1. Alright, it's my turn. You just die on the backswing now. You know, I feel so good that you checked a 1 that I get to win. Like, not great. That's the real thing that Hellfire Impalement did, is it gave this style of deck, like, real interaction. It made the game feel real. But Eda 9 is just so much leagues beyond what other quote-unquote bad characters from their sets would be. And then Mortal Kombat was also cranked. Mortal Kombat had, like, a shitload of characters in it. And, like, tell me, like, how is this character bad? Like, this is, like, 625 is rough, don't get me wrong. The symbols are rough, but, like, these abilities are nuts. And this is still a character that people don't, like, perform with typically. Each of these are once per turn, but, like, you're learning the standards on face. You can enhance to make them learning the standards, and you don't even have to take the attack. You can actually block the attack, take no damage, and still force him to play a non-attack card. You can destroy a foundation for a free momentum, and then you can ready 3 foundations. Ooh, Syrian Glacial Raiden for standard. I'm down for that. I always wanted to play Air Raiden. Yeah. I like that this doesn't say has been readied already. So, like, when Hellfire Impalement first dropped, I thought about playing Hellfire Impalement Raiden to just keep readying all my foundations, because neither one said hasn't been readied yet, but it never really came together. He doesn't have Damage Pump. You really need Damage Pump for that kind of lineup. But so, these are 3 stacked-ass abilities. He gets a hit to his health, but that shouldn't be as relevant as it is. But none of these abilities really impact the board except this one. And so many decks can play around having a foundation in their pool. They just play over the top. They play Seasoned Guide. They play Power Flip in the same set. Like, Cassie Cage just fucking dunks on this guy. Cassie Cage is the deck that Barrett used to win Nationals that year. So, it's pretty rough. But still, look at the strength of these 3 abilities. You know, these 3 once per turns compared to the Kaden we saw earlier. You know, compare this to even the Fei Long, right? Or the Gyroman that was barely playable. Like, this is the difference between the basement. This is like, Bebop is where literally every character just actually became playable. Like Keenan was saying that, you know, they have an awesome local Raiden. Like, you can make awesome decks with these. It's just, are they really breaking through at majors, you know? Like, this is the consequence of having a smaller community, you know, back then, I guess. But there's still an obvious design difference in just cranking the shit out of characters. Here's Morrigan, one of the cooler designs. I played this in Retro to mixed results at the Retro Invitational. But so once per turn you can lose 3 Vitality and stain somebody. You don't have to commit. You just once per turn, after your opponent makes a check to play a card not as a block, that check gets -3. Failing it doesn't end the combat phase. So you just pay 3 life, you hit them with the stain response, and they typically have to commit 3 foundations to pass it. Pretty simple. Then you can discard the top card of your deck. If you discarded a block, this attack gets +X or -X speed. X equals the difference between its printed control and printed block modifier. So, printed control at the bottom here is 6. Printed block modifier is 0. So that means if you discard a character card, you get +6 or -6 speed. This character is really cool, does a lot of really sweet stuff, and this whole set had like 7 characters, I want to say. Street Fighters vs. Darkstalkers was one of the sets with smaller character support, 7 or 8 maybe, probably got to 9, I don't know, but they were all so fucking insane. They were all jacked to the gills. Maybe in a vacuum you could actually say Lord Raptor had the worst abilities in a vacuum, but considering the way he interacted with flash attacks, and the Breaker's just too good. Like, it's tough. Like, all these characters were just so good. And like, I made a deck for the Retro Invitational where the lowest number I could get on this enhance was 3. Literally everything in my deck was a +0 block mod, pretty much, like 99% of it, and checked a 3 or higher. And that deck was made specifically to help me beat Brandon Berry's super duper aggro aggressive style, like just attack on turn 1 relentlessly with missile launcher style. And I was just like, I need to be able to block every single thing he throws. I built a very gimmicky deck that ended up costing me the entire tournament because it had nothing outside of that gimmick, and I thought that gimmick would work really well against a deck that my opponent did not decide to play, because it was a pseudo conquest format with a bracket reset. So very interesting character, a million times better than like the worst My Hero character probably. And here's Mitsurugi, who should be nuts, but he has to check a 5 just to give your weapon attack stun 1, and then he has to check another 5 to give your stun attack 3 damage. So just rough consistency. If you check poorly twice, like, sure, you won't check poorly to play your attack most likely, but you got no bonuses. So that's pretty rough. There's plenty of ways to fill up your discard pile already in Standard, so being able to turbo out your discard pile is not the biggest deal. But once per turn, if this attack's damage is at least double its printed damage, change its zone to low, and your opponent discards 1 card. So it's always low. You can't choose it. So you're pretty much always trying to make your opponent discard their last card in hand, because they're probably going to hold on to a low zone, right? A low block. On top of that, this is like, I think this was the set before Pure of Heart, right? So like, it wasn't even that people were like not afraid of discard. He just is not super consistent. Being a 6-hander with no card draw is rough, and having damage resets makes getting that once per turn kind of tough. Just overall, like, a character that I think was waiting for someone to break him. Just didn't get played a lot. But, like, if you put this into My Hero today, like, this character's bonkers. You know, just the opportunity to give +3 damage to everything and stun 1 to everything would make people sick. And the foundations that commit, like, play him with Command Pigeon Flock, and you're just like, oh no, I checked a 3. Well, I guess I'll give this +2 speed. Again, like, a very solid character, just not one I saw people playing a lot. And I do think someone did really well. Maybe it was William Anderson. Holy shit. Did William Anderson play Mitsurugi? I think he brought a Void Mitsurugi to the Retro Invitational, the pseudo conquest we did. And I think that was one deck that people kept banning out because they don't know what it does. They're just like, you know what? I'm not about to fuck around and find out what Void Discard can do in Retro. I know a bunch of people play Ben Shoemaker, the champ card, the champ character, because he has a crazy looking discard style. But the one time I played against the deck, it just didn't function very well. Like, it was trying really hard to do stuff with, like, quality attacks, but it just needed more numbers, and it needed, like, more protection from Pure of Heart. It did happen to be the one deck I played in Retro that had Pure of Heart in it, so that did not help. The one time I played against a discard deck in Retro, I did play Pure of Heart, which is kind of fucked up. So it do be like that. But, like, you ask an MHA player, I don't think they'd ever tell you this character sucks. They might tell you this character, like, has bad luck sometimes. But if +3 damage gets you almost all the way to doubling the damage anyway, so. And then we have Eugenia, who a lot of people love to theory craft this character. I should really have both Eugenia 1 and 2, because more than any other 7th cross character, I think she is both playable by herself because you don't have to gauge her. You can have them in your discard pile because her second ability says if Eugenia 1 or 2 was removed from the game during this enhanced step, your next check to play a card gets +2, which is pretty strong. It's like 7 times per game if you jammed all 7 extra copies. But you could theoretically play this character by itself without the intent to stack or put other Eugenias there, although why would you not? But this top enhance looks insane. 4+, remove the top card of your opponent's discard pile. You may play one enhance ability printed on the removed card, paying no cost. But the thing is that your opponent has tons of ways to mill randomly in standard, and they get to choose the order when they do that. So you have to fire this off at like the opportune time. You can check bad on it, which means committing resources to it feels pretty rough. You can play it on offense, which is pretty insane sometimes, but she's just got a lot of randomness to her. It's hard to build a deck with a cohesive plan and then just pick up like value enhances. It's not a bad idea, but as Satona's point out in the chat, it's mostly her symbols that were the issue. Not only are gauge attacks on those symbols just like straight ass, but hers in general are pretty bad. There are some dedicated players to her though. Like as this list has gone up, like as we've traveled through time, these characters get played more and more for sure. Don't get me wrong. There's been entire channels devoted in Discords to theory crafting this character, but you know, standard was at a point where 20 health, no defensive ability, sometimes whiffs on your check, sometimes doesn't have a second ability. Eugenia 2 has 1 hand size, 1 health, so you literally can't start as Eugenia 2. Yeah, there's all kinds of goofy stuff that only Eugenia can do, but actually pulling it off makes her seem like one of the most random decks of all time. So this character as a blanket mill character is hilarious to me though. Just 4+, remove a card from your opponent's deck from the game. Absolutely super funny. I wouldn't be surprised to see a present Mike get something similar to this. Probably won't be plain enhance ability printed on it. That'll probably be like a Toga thing. Maybe like Toga 2 Dot does something like this because she like wears your I don't know, she cosplays as you. But yeah, double downward spiral Eugenia is super tight. So is probably any other character that draws double downward spiral. You know. Downward spiral with 1 with nature was probably an underplayed deck back then, actually on Chaos. That sounds nasty. Next up we had Hiei. Maybe not the worst. Botan's probably actually the worst. Oh, because she copies it with Eugenia 2. Yeah, I should have had Eugenia 2 on screen for that one, because Eugenia 2 is like her realist character ability to copy the abilities of an attack in either card pool. So, that's fair. But Hiei has discard the top 2 cards of your deck, so you mill 2, and your attack gets 2 speed. Pretty simple. If it deals damage, your opponent reveals 1 random card in their hand. Very flavorful. If you hit them, you get to use your third eye to look at a card in their hand. Love that. Discard 2 cards from the top of your deck, your attack gets 2 speed. That's very MHA worthy. That's fine, right? That's like All Might 2, but worse, or whatever. Like, you get that little hand peek. That's fine. Actually, it's probably not worse than... I'd probably rather have 2 speed, but I digress. Here's where this character becomes not MHA power level. You may look at either player's momentum at any time, which is just a fucking annoying ability. And then while this character is ready, you may play cards from your momentum as though they were in your hand. You may not play cards from your momentum that share a name with a card that you have already played this turn. So you have to keep track of all the cards you play if they leave your card pool, which, you know, not the hardest thing to do, but can be frustrating when people are taking 4 fucking ever in tournament play. But on top of that, he has a second hand. Every time he hits you with an attack, he can play it again later. Every time he adds random cards to his momentum, he gets to know what they are. And, you know, there's cards like Detroit Smash that are not capped in this format. I myself, like, Hiei might be the actual best meme deck character, at least for, like, 6-hand size and from Yu Yu Hakusho, because he has so many unique avenues, similar to, like, how only Eugenia can do certain things. Only Hiei can do certain things, and he has his own unblockable attack even that has, like, a Hiei enhance to buff it up based on your momentum. He's got his own attack that gives him 3 momentum. It just says if you have 3 momentum, you get 3 more. Whereas Detroit Smash is like a 6 diff 2 check that says discard a momentum to add 3 from your hand. He has an attack that just says if you have 3 momentum, add 3 from the top of your deck. And then it also has more ways to look at cards in their hand. It's pretty crazy, but overall, not super relevant in most metas. Not something you see outside of like top 16 decks, you know, most of the time. And he just doesn't have numbers that Standard was accustomed to. But overall, just like a very, very cool, sick design. Like, I love this design flavor-wise. And again, like, he's offering, at this point in the design, not only is almost every character just like blanket super playable. Like, just actually can build a great deck around them, even if they're not like what makes the top percentages of meta decks. But we're now getting to the point where at worst, like our worst characters, so to speak, are giving us super unique deck building options, which I love. And really probably helped keep the game, you know, as interesting as it was over COVID era and things like that, even if the competitive scene at this time was just shotgunning all your foundation, or spirit gunning all your foundations away, clogging your card pool, and then shotgunning you for a bazillion damage. And then we have the Ivy that we talked about earlier, where she stacks your deck, and twice per turn, you know, she can reveal and switch stuff around, and twice she can gain 2 life and draw a card, which should be solid. And this is what started the conversation, right? Someone was like, why are all these characters so mega cranked? And in this format, it just wasn't mega cranked. It's just, we've now gotten to a point where, you know, your character cards can look like this, where you get 1 speed for each card in your pool. And if it's completely blocked, you draw a card. Then you have to commit yourself. Like, if you notice, how many commit costs do we have after the Bebop characters? Even the Battle for Power character, right? Like, you know, Street Fighter, Battle for Power, like, there's a clear, like, you know, lack of character committing. I guess QB didn't either, but these is a super small sample size, don't get me wrong, but, you know, a lot of these Heroes Clash characters are doing stuff pretty unique, but they have to, like, build up. They have to have a bunch of stuff happening to, like, really get there. Like, Eraserhead gets tons of speed if you have tons of cards in your card pool, you know. Koji Koda can draw tons of cards if you actually get tons of cards there, but they don't really have the ways to put them there in the first place. And really the best way to look at it is probably standard attacks. Like, attacks from standard to My Hero attacks are probably, like, on a different galaxy, you know. But, you know, look at Stain compared to Morrigan. You get 1 speed. If it deals damage, they lose 1 health. Meanwhile, her ability was plus or minus 6 speed. You know? And then she could hack your check immediately, like, just by paying 3 life instead of having to hit you first. It's another good one. I'm trying to think of a good facsimile for Raiden. We had, like, 3 really strong once per turn abilities. Like, here's Ingenium, who has 2 once per turn abilities and most of the same symbols. You know, you get 3 damage. Okay, and at response speed, you get 3 speed. And your opponent can play enhances as long as they're okay with you just readying stuff. So, like, it's not shutting them down. It does punish them. but it doesn't like lock them out or like stop them from actually doing something. Especially if you're not playing extendo hair or anything like that. Like it's just +3/+3 is your whole character most of the time, you know? Whereas even Raiden was like, okay, I can generate a momentum for free, which can turn into 3 stats pretty easily. I can ready 3 foundations when I want to once per turn. I don't have to wait for my opponent to let me do stuff. Fourth kind probably fits into standard fairly well, actually. Cementos could possibly get there. It's hard to say. Cementos either dies way harder super earlier because of the attack quality, or he gets to actually just live forever and go infinite hand size, and you know, no one actually wants to deal with that. But five cards to start with is not a lot of guarantees. You know, here's another character, like a once per turn, you just get 1 momentum, you know. The one thing, they've made momentum a little easier to get with My Hero, I think. You no longer have to discard or destroy a foundation with Raiden to do stuff like that. Here, okay, here's one. Let's check this out. Here's Turbo Man. This one's kind of funny. This is the kind of stuff where people get upset at me. Because I don't think My Hero's as low power level as people think. It's just the overall card pool pushes things towards certain styles of decks. But here's Turbo Man, who's got first F. Both players get to build something from their hand to their stage, which you almost never can really afford to do anyway. And Turbo Man's not necessarily doing this every turn, so you can't like rely on it. And then he has to commit a foundation, but if that foundation was added to the staging area this turn, your attack gets +2 speed and +2 damage, which is an insane amount of stats for My Hero. If you just had a foundation that all it said was commit this attack gets +2/+2, people would probably play the shit out of that. You know, we talk all the time about how Tokoyami just giving 1/1 is really good. Dabi has to have 1/1 as like a first E. Excuse me. You know, Dabi has to pick between damage next or damage and speed now. This character gets at least once per turn 8 free +2/+2, but then you can ready that same foundation and do it again. And then if you have effects that don't care about which one got raid, or you just have more build, you just get to keep doing that and you get like crazy stats. Meanwhile, Momo gets to build one by herself, but it has to have a keyword. And then her response does no immediate stats. Stun 2 is close. But if you want to add damage to something, you only get powerful 3. She doesn't even get like an EX option. So like if they're already stunned out and they can block the vanilla speed, right? It's just a different game. I don't think these characters are like way far behind, but I don't think that they get to combine these powerful character effects with busted cards as often. And that's why, you know, people get really upset with Kirishima, because he's not using the most busted cards. He's just so solid and forgiving that you get to, like, utilize those cards over and over. Or, like, Andrew Duvall was just hanging in there with all of his cards face down on stream. And he was fine. He's like, I have 12 of them, so I still can just block. But, yeah, it's just, you can clearly see there's a design focus with, like, every character needs to have their own deck. Every character has to have a place for themselves, and you don't always hit that mark. But I think that there's definitely a design for it there. I wonder what the actual... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I wonder what the actual worst character in MHA would be. Huh. Who do you guys think is the actual worst character in MHA? It's not Sato 2. That's like including all the cards in the set. including like a deck you could build. It's not backdraft because speed 8 on face is actually good. I think Death Arms isn't super great. Is it Midoriya 1? Should we count starter decks? Old starter decks used to have great characters too. It might just be Midoriya 1. I think Midoriya 1 has weird sauce with Tetsu thrashing. But you'd also have to, I don't know. You'd also have to play joint effort offensive. Mina 2. Okay, it's actually Mina 2. It's kind of funny that there's like there's bounties for Tokoyami 2 and for Froppy 2, or there were. And I think both of those characters are way more appealing than Mina 2. Holy shit. That's actually the best answer. Especially since when she came out, her keywords were just not supported on her symbols. I think Asui 2 is like surprisingly good. But in that like flesh and blood, if I draw the exact hand kind of way. You know, Tokoyami 2 at least has appealing plays he can make. You know, you can discard a card from your pool and get like a crazy synergy on the air symbol. And there's like card movement tricks you can do. And like Ready to Ally Foundations has like a strict economy to it. But yeah, I don't think Asui 2. I think Asui 2 is the only character that got nothing. Actually, we can find out. Because successful result is like her and Tokoyami. It's not air. It's water, life. Yeah, it's all infinity shit. She got nothing. She's actually the only character who got nothing from Heroes Clash. That's hilarious. That's actually so funny. They just said, nah, fuck this bitch. Meanwhile, Tokoyami 2 got 2 cards, man. What the fuck is that? What is this shit? Tokoyami 2 got 2 cards and Asui 2 got nothing? Wild. I think Asui 2 is good at using stuff like Tape Swing, though. Like, she definitely got worse after set 2 and 3. Like, in set 1, there was probably a small period of time where you could get away with just having, like, a crazy stat-based minigame if you had, like, all the draw power that the water symbol would afford you. But your entire game plan was probably still to just, like, run out a Tape Swing for $1 million. And that's it. And she's not even necessarily the best at that, right? You know? Like, if you manage to get the +2 speed onto the next one, and then you plus ultra a Tape Swing to 12, and then make it 16 damage with the enhance, and then have, like, some momentum or whatever, like, it's just the highest roll, right? But she is sort of good at that. She just didn't have the tools to face tank and, like, race people. That's, like, the Kirishima 2 hidden stat line, is he just gets to race you if you're not gonna play the game for real. So I actually had high hopes for this character because I'm a big Terry Bogard fan, and instead of it being based on their control, we just got 4 damage and I was cool with it. But this top ability super needed to be something different. But it is what it is. Man. I wonder if I can find the bracket. What do you guys, should we talk about the bracket or should we watch the grand finals? I know Satonis was here, so maybe we should wait to watch the grand finals. But there was so many cool games, man. It's hard to pick one. I had like a clear favorite when I sat down for the stream, but now I'm not so sure. Now I'm actually not so sure. Like, there was some really good games on stream. Get a little Ace Maneuvers Inception for a second here. You get to watch me stream myself. What content? What beautiful content I'm making here. It's real Twitch streamer hours, you guys. If that doesn't get a like, share, subscribe, I don't know what will. I gotta mute this. Holy shit. Yeah, that's middle finals. So it's day 2. Yeah, this is top day 2. Look at this handsome lad. Look at this absolute gamer. Also, Tam, I don't know if you guys could tell. It was probably a little obvious, but Tam was fighting through being sick, and he's a fucking trooper, man. I think he actually wanted us to just, like, take some rounds from him, but he never said no when we rotated out. And in retrospect, I wish I had just done a round or 2 for him. I didn't, like, in my head, I want to do them all, realistically. Sometimes I need a break. The break is good. But in my head, it's like I want to do the commentary. Like, I'm here to talk about it, I'm here to do the broadcast, and, like sitting out for the rotation, it's kind of wild. I wish I was set out, like, 2 rounds instead of 3 over the whole, or, like, I sat out, I guess, 4 rounds, I think, between day 1 and 2. Yeah, because there's 5 on day 2, and it was really important for me and Levi both that we wanted to do the grand finals. And Tam was, like, just an absolute blast to be there, but we probably should have just only had him pop in for, like, 1 or 2 rounds, let him save his voice and rest up. But yeah, man, he was an absolute trooper the whole weekend. And he should be there this weekend for online Nat, so hopefully with that rest, you'll probably get a lot more Tam coming through. But let's this one was a heartbreaker. I gotta go back and watch this one. So this is the one where if I full screened, it doesn't fuck it up. Beautiful. This is the one where everyone on the broadcast team was like, I was sitting here watching off stream, Tam and Levi were watching, Aspira was watching, Brian was watching. None of us saw Jose draw cards with rapid punches in this game. I think it was game 3. Let me see if I can find it. 1-1. Where is it? This was a sick turn, by the way. This is my favorite Giro strings, actually. My favorite Giro strings are the ones that just start with home run comments to fuel bullshit later. Like... Yeah, this back and forth was just crazy. This is like... These are the kind of games Jasko wants, right? Like, this is the kind of games players want, where both players get in there, both players have attack turns, both players are blocking, both players have a staging area, And it still didn't take, like, a million years. Even with, like, the stage, like, face down, like, Tim has so much to consider, right? Like, even though he doesn't have any pressable buttons left really after the, just the basic training speed, like, there's still so much planning and so many things that could potentially be happening, so much on the mental stack, right? And then I'm just going to skip ahead right here. And then, yep, we're going to get the -1 floating from the Woods. Going to take the 5. And then we hit a pillar swing on 8. This was the nuttiest part. We just raw dogging the pillar swing later in the turn. That shit's crazy. And then we plus altered it for the speed. And he said, you know what? I'm calling your bluff. You got this plus ultra in your deck. They're both set 1 characters, so it's very possible. 14 speed mid for non-lethal, though, which is fairly important. Like, yeah, you tap a gazillion to block this, and then it will go to momentum, but it's not lethal, so we don't have to. Which is why we need to start playing throw Jiro. We need a charge throw. So what do we need? We need that gravity capture. We need 0 gravity lift, man. If that was a 0 gravity lift, holy shit, how different would this be? Does Jose have another face shield in hand? You just run out 0 gravity lift, give it +3 damage, double it to 18. Pow. Still not lethal on a partial though, actually. Like, this is actually the reason I really stopped playing Jiro, because these are like the turns that I can't evaluate very well. Because I would play a million speed pillar swings all the time and just get blocked by plus ultra, or like I'd have to I didn't like the sequencing I was doing a lot of the time. You know, a lot of people consider Jiro, and a lot of people play Jiro in like a face roll, aggro, you know, just jam all my attacks and bonus, to, especially once double jab came out. Like, you know, you're just like, let me just roll as hard as I possibly can. And, you know, then you see turns like this, and it's like, oh, it's just not that simple. Like, you actually have to consider tons of stuff. Like, Jose played with his life total completely here, right? He blocked exactly one thing. Man, imagine if Tim could have pressured that board a bit more and actually just like put 2 bad checks on top of Jose's deck. Yeah, this one was nuts. The best part about this, in my opinion, right, is we have the 6, we have the sound waves. We can play the next sound waves on a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check the 6, commit out, send it for 4 high for 2. Because of the Kamui Woods -1 damage, Jose no longer has to full block the next one. Like, I think you could make an argument for jamming the sound waves and saying, look, bud, do you have another high block? It's super blockable at only 2 speed after the hardened uppercut response. But what are the odds he doesn't have a mid block either? Because if it's 3 damage, a mid block kills him, right? So that Kamui Woods floating -1, as much as I hate to say it, actually super relevant there. I'm trying to see if we ever get a peek at what's in his hand. Oh, he reviews a mid block, yeah. So he had a +1 mid, yeah. So, you know, if you just ran it out and we're like, okay, now you're at 1, you know, that doesn't do anything for you. And then getting your release flipped means you're not doing anything either. So now I gotta see, does he draw the card? So this is huge here too. Jose knows that unless he has 2 attacks on top, he's not drawing an attack here. So here's your next level gameplay, guys. If you think it's 1-in-1, you choose not to draw off this card. If this hits Tim Keefe, you know he just looked at the top 2 cards, right? If you think 1 is potentially an attack and 1 is not, you choose not to draw. So yeah, he draws and cycles.
flub and you might not be going to Worlds, buddy. One flub and you might not be going to Worlds. We don't want to mess up. We want to take the time, take the forward. Knows what a new.
Do you look at the top two?
You don't. You don't.
Yeah.
You don't. No, you don't need to do it.
He looks at the top two, and then he squabbles. That's the one I missed. I walked up right after this, actually.
Sure, there's an attack on top as well.
Yep.
And now
I walked up right after this.
Jose knew what attacks were remaining in his deck. I know he does. Right.
Right.
So I'm pretty sure Jose knows one of those last 3 cards is the other rapid punches and squabbles to pick it up. Like one of the last, he has like a 1 in 3 chance to whiff it completely. And if he whiffs it completely and it still deals damage, he'll draw it. So he knows that this is not an attack, right? But he has to cycle to get, he wants to cycle to get these attacks back, have a better chance, and just have more cards. And he told me later he knew it was a high block. He knew it was the apathetic, so he knew he was, he drew the high block that almost was relevant next turn. Oh, that's nice of Tim to cycle for him. I've never seen an opponent cycle for. I've never seen like the rival cycle the 10 cards before.
Get the +1, get an extra card in your hand.
We got another one. Oh, checks an attack.
Another one. It's gonna get even faster because of how rapid these punches are.
These punches are very, very, very rapid, Timron.
They're very, very rapid. Yeah. Okay. He drew very fast. We missed this.
Because of how rapid these punches are.
These punches are very, very, very
Moves the
rapid,
deck
Timron.
and scoop. Yeah. Okay. He did draw twice.
Yeah.
Down to 3.
I'm thinking about it. We said we didn't even pop the enhance to draw. We're just not even worried.
No way.
Jose knows.
No way.
Jose knows he's just got the goods.
He doesn't have it.
No.
He doesn't have it.
What?
What happened?
What?
He had rapid punches and that was it.
What? We should have
There's no more attack
responded
cards.
to draw if he didn't have
Where are the orange cards?
And the naval laser was on the 10th.
Oh, you definitely draw because you need as many blocks as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. He did draw. We just missed it.
I just didn't
Where are
respond
the
on the
attack
second round
cards?
punches to draw a card.
Where did they go?
Oh my goodness. We would have drawn the naval laser and chipped it.
And we
For unblockable.
we know how much gas Tim has.
And
in his
again, we,
hand.
I missed
Yes,
it.
My goodness.
Brian missed it. The Spear missed it. Levi missed it. Tam missed it. There's just so much happening all at the same time. There's card drawing, cycling, life total changing, foundation counting happening. It's just a lot of
Oh my
stuff.
goodness.
And then, of course, Tim Keefe, you all know how this one ends. He just reveals all 4 specialized sound waves at one point, and you're not going to beat the sound waves train. We're going to deal at least 1 here. We're going to sound waves grab another jolt if he's got the Faith Shield right. But the sound waves train is just, it's more cards than you have in hand. It's just how it goes. Excuse me. Yeah, we had the face shield, which is tight. Jose, true gamer moment, has the answer, but just not enough of them. Right? And the next one's a sound waves. We can block this one. Next one's a sound waves. Even if we block this one, like if he checks a fucking high block foundation here, we lose our minds, but it doesn't matter because he'd have to check 2 in a row. Yeah, there's the handshake. We did not get the new training method. Could have been the absolute nuttiest nut job fucking turn of all time, but he had the blocks for electric jolt. He had the blocks for indiscriminate shock. He had the blocks for 2 sound waves, but not for all fucking 4 of them. So yeah, this one was crazy. This was, pretty much as close as you can ask for. And yeah, Jose actually drawing the cards. We just missed it. This was tight. How'd you guys feel about this? Did you guys like the event cam? Are you guys fans of the cam at on the actual event itself, all the people in the background? I thought this was sick. I think this should be a staple. Show off the crowd, people walking around. There's Daniel Nelson, one of the best new players to come around. He has a strong community. So this dude is so lucky, man. He had Clinton Thomas. He had strong ass people in Texas to give him teach him the ropes. Then he goes to Arizona, and apparently it's like one of the biggest play groups. Come on, brother. Actually gets the tools. Actually gets the tools. Man. There's Dan Hughes. I got to talk to him for the first time in a long time. It was nice to see him again, man. Good to see him make a deep run, get represented. Playing Gamer Frog, the deck builders also. There's one of my locals. Was tight to see them show up. Almost put them on stream, but we were trying not to get a Kirishima back to back, and they were playing against a Kirishima. So they're also fairly new. They've been playing, I think, like since MHA release at locals and stuff. But this stuff was cool. You can tell it's day 2 because the tables aren't just slam packed. People picking up their prizing for signups, or signups for teams, or picking up prizing. And then this is probably while a Momo match was going on. Here's a bracket. 8. Can you So here's the 8 people who qualified. Here's the 8 people who qualified for Worlds at this event. We've got Christopher Smith. Christopher Smith, known as UVS Dad. He ran his own Midwestern. Actually, I don't know if he ran it, but I'm sure Rockford was the heart and soul of the Midwest Series championships and stuff. He one of the first real podcasters for the game. Ran the Guile treatment, of course, for those who don't know, and he won a provisional with All Might 3 and attended and topped most of them. And you have Travis Tangeman, who got the second most RLE points throughout the RLE season. It'll be interesting to see what the final points list is, considering this event gave points to. And top 30, I think it's the same amount, the same breakdown, so I don't know. Then you have Keenan Meadows, who is, I believe, 2011 national champion. Probably wrong. And I think he has a legacy card because he has a foundation, which is one of my favorites ever, A Matter of Heads and Tails. And he also has a character card. Then you have Barrett Bryant, who of course won the whole event, but also is a national champion playing Cassie Cage, from the Mortal Kombat era. Then you have Clinton Thomas, who is a back-to-back. I keep saying back-to-back. He has to be. I'm pretty sure he won twice. I'm not crazy, right? He won twice in a row, I'm pretty sure. But he's definitely a team's champion and, has just had an eye for, crazy over-the-top aggro decks that just take absolutely zero prisoners. Topped with Air Jiro way back at the first provisional, has just been rocking it, winning where he can. Tim Keefe, you all know Tim Keefe. Timmy Two Belts, which is, super funny because he's got 3 championships, but they were only giving out title belts for a small period of time. And if I ever have one real regret, honestly, it's that I didn't apply myself better when they were giving out belts, because I think those are legitimately cool trophies and prizes. Not just because I'm a wrestling fan, although if I wasn't a wrestling fan, I probably wouldn't care. Like, I'm sure a lot of people did, but, you know, it was supposed to be fighting game adjacent. It was supposed to be, like, the fighting system, and belts just seemed appropriate, and they're a sick prize. You see somebody walking through the hall with the belt. It looked like, I remember when Keenan Meadows, Tim Keefe, and Ashley Fullerton they teamed, and it was 3 world champs, you know, all together, and they all had big ass title belts because Keenan was borrowing one of Tim's, I think. But, you know, it was representative of their success. Like, that shit looks cool. That shit looks cool as fuck when Tim Keefe is carrying around 2 fucking title belts. He should have brought them to this event, but I imagine packing those things is not, like, the most fun, you know, and I don't know. It's cool as shit to see people carry them around, but, you know, when they first introduced him, I was like, oh man, I gotta win one now. And then Bebop hit, and I was like, oh my god, I have to take a break from this game. So, and then of course Kevin Broberg, who needs no introduction. Kevin's got cardboard, multiple formats, multiple years. One of the most active people in the community as far as just like commenting on things and giving advice and feedback and theory crafting. You could call him a mad scientist if you want. I don't know. He seems to reject most labels and considers himself overrated, but if you watched him and I talk GOAT, talk Mount Rushmore, he was definitely right there in the discussion. Definitely someone who brings decks to the table that people find really interesting and cool, and then also find success with it. Usually you got to pick one or the other. You know, usually people know you as like a crazy cool deck builder or someone who's really successful, and very few people get to do both, and Kevin's definitely one who has. And then rounding out your top 8 is Deshaun Fulbright, who this is their first event ever. Or first major, I guess, was the question asked. So they were in the chat earlier talking about how it's pretty much like their first big event, and they were able to overcome Jared Worthen and Jeffrey Kahn, who, you know, Giggles is on cardboard as well. Giggles won a Turbo championship as well, so also a multi-format winner. So that's so cool. Oh, did he? Okay. He just didn't make any of the MHA events? Well, I got hoodwinked. I did that whole setup for nothing. He played in the old standard days. He's not a new head at all. Oh, man. But still, you know, if this was like their first time in Top Cuts, right? Like, it's just so crazy. Oh, played off last round of a Nationals to the tops. Okay. Still though, you know, it is still awesome to see, like, it's not just people who have been doing successful this whole time, you know. Like, there's people who have showed up, but we also had Robert Reitz, who they've been playing for like 24 hours, proving that the game is easy to pick up and easy to understand. You know, proving that you don't have to have like a fucking PhD in control checks to play the game. You know, Andres Lucio, Gabriel San Roma is a name I've seen before. You know, it's cool to see them have a chance, but they had probably had one of the hardest bracket runs that you could find here. You know, Michael Wolvine, I know, has done really well with like some provisionals, and I'd be interested. I wish we had the RLE points in front of me, because this seems almost like a straight mix of like people I definitely expected to be here, and then people whose names I might recognize, but, you know, didn't necessarily like win a regional or go deep on a regional. Win a regional or go deep through any tournaments. I was rooting for John Stone, though. John Stone getting paired into Tim Keefe was a rough one. I wanted John Stone to win so we could all chant justice for John Stone. I think if there's one matchup we didn't get to watch that I would have really liked to watch, it was probably Clinton Thomas versus Daniel Nelson. Because I imagine Clinton would be joking around the whole time, dude. I imagine Clinton would just be laughing it up, smiling, having a good old time, and absolutely giving the daddy dicking to Daniel Nelson in that matchup. Because, you know, I think Jiro is a great match into Kirishima. You know, like, it was not that surprising to me that Tim Keefe beat Tim Keefe, you know, beat an Earth deck, I guess you could say. Like, Jose did not side into Kirishima, right? Like we saw early in the tournament. So that was not surprising, because I don't think that matchup is super Kirishima favored. You still get to use the response against flash attacks, which is not nothing, but it is not what I would want to be doing in that matchup. So, yeah, this whole bracket was fucking crazy. I wish I knew what everyone was playing. They had a tough time putting the graphics together. Like, it really does take a while, you guys. Like, even if we had someone who's dedicated to only doing stuff like that to get that stuff up in a timely manner, it might not necessarily be the best decision for the stream, you know. We had some pretty long breaks when games were just done early, and, you know, we can, like, Levi, Tam, and I, we can all sit there and just bullshit with you guys, but, you know, as far as having, like, meaningful content on the stream, you know, it's better for us to go out there and, like, find that info. Like, when Levi and I came back with the update, I think it was top 4 or something like that, you know, I had to go find the match and, like, get the game count and things like that. Levi was checking on the second matchup, and we were checking on the gunslinging, stuff like that. So, you know, I do know that's something people always want. They always want to see what character each person is playing, and they gave it to us after this round. I think the next time the bracket came up, we got to see that. See, did it come up here? Yeah, so it took that long, basically, like, between all this stuff, like, happening, like, on the stream, getting all these graphics set up, getting these graphics, like, prepped, so that way we basically had each version of the graphic, right? Like, you want to prep, like, if they win, if this person wins, like, all the different outcomes. Like, there's just so much going on, and making sure that the stream looks good, that, like, having a better flow is a little more important than just having, like, the best graphics. But I imagine as the company grows, it'll be easier to get a team of people to work on that, you know. And honestly, it's hard to bitch about shit like that when we've had, like, maybe 1 or 2 worlds even streamed with you know, one didn't have commentary, I think one did. So yeah, what was your guys' favorite? For those of you in chat, what was your favorite matchup from the top 32? I know we didn't get to, you know, we only get to watch like 5 of them on stream. But the stream matches we had were Pippa versus David Pena. And then we had, let me just go back, right? Let me see. Pippa versus David. And I guess we finally got to find out why Pippa's sad. I've always wondered. Pippa's Discord name is Pippa Sad, and it always makes me sad to read it. And I'm just like, why? What happened, Pippa? We had Tim and Jose. Yeah, this is still Tim and Jose. Man, these games took longer than it felt like. Then Barrett and Keenan, which this one was rough to watch, man. It just felt like Froppy never got out of the gate. Yeah, that one's probably, when I said it's rough, I really was like, ugh. And then Tim and Kevin was surprisingly one note, I would say. Like, it's back and forth. And we commented, like, it's so great to see their, like, life totals are similar. The blocking is similar. The poking and the attacking. But it didn't feel like Momo was ever doing, like, the crazy Momo shit this game, right? She was never, like, just sending massive attacks. And she wasn't getting to block, like, huge strings. Kevin also just didn't seem to draw anything good on early turns, so that might be the mulligan rule coming into play. You might just be seeing turn 1 advantage finally kind of get that gap closed. I still think it's right to go first. Barrett said it too. I think still right to go first, but it's just not as big of a factor. So it's especially important, I think, to go first against decks that are way better at being aggressive than you, because they still have the opportunity to just outbuild you going first. Yeah. Resident Sleeper. You don't like the new Mulligan rule? This is semifinals. I'm about to start the grand finals. I was wondering if I should watch my favorite match first or if I should watch the grand finals first. I don't know. Yeah. The new Mulligan rule doesn't like feel particularly cool or interesting or great, but I think it's fine. You know, it's better. The new Mulligan rule is practically the old Mulligan rule, but more forgiving. You know, like the only upside you could have about the old, and when I say old, I guess I mean like the Mulligan rule when I started playing, was you could take one Mulligan, and to do so, you would remove your hand from the game. So, if your hand is bad turn one, it's probably because you have a bunch of attacks in your hand. So if you mulligan away 4 of your 18 at the time attacks, people were playing like 18 attacks, like that was the average. You know, you're basically giving up like almost a fourth of your attacks, like a fifth of your attacks on average, in a lot of mulligan situations from the game. So we're basically back to like that one, you know, just you get one mulligan most, like 99% of the time, but they're not removed, so that's good. But I don't hate the new mulligan. I think it's fine. I think it's good to see where this goes. Luckily with the app, we'll be able to track the data much easier, right? It'll be easier to see. Why is this? My screen keeps like teleporting around, guys. I don't know why. I'm trying to keep it centered for the most part. But I don't know. I'll let the chat decide. What do you guys think? Should we watch my favorite match of the weekend? Should we watch my favorite match or should we rewatch grand finals? Watch these handsome boys while we decide. Favorite? You want to watch the favorite, Keenan? Man, my hair was not agreeing with that Dallas humidity. I was originally going to pull my hair back like it is now, but it was like poofing out over the top of the ponytail really bad. So I was like, alright, I'll just use the headset and like, yeah. You can tell, even Tam's hair is all product up, you know, you got fancy with it. It's still like, the humidity from the rain was fucking on us so bad with that shit. And you like go outside where it's cold and wet, and then you come inside here where it's like super warm and kind of muggy. Oh, it looks like William Anderson. Congrats to him, by the way. I felt bad. I think I saw him at the hotel later, and I didn't really recognize him, and I was super tired. It was like midnight. And I think people were talking to him like about his standard win, and I just didn't realize it. Like, you know, if he's watching this, sorry, dude. I meant to, you know, if I had realized what was going on, I would have said, hey, what's up, and congratulated him. But, you know, he was talking to like a whole other group of people that I was just happened to be tagging along with it, and didn't want to just like insert myself, but I didn't realize he had just won. So, congrats to him. Super glad we got a new person on cardboard. Super glad he beat Mark Tyner, knock him down a peg. You know? Mark didn't need a third card, come on. Yeah, here's Tim. Tim with we did like 3 Tim Keefe interviews like all in a row. I tried to keep these conversations to like, you know, about the matchup, because I imagine he'd already talked about the deck, right, in other interviews, so that stuff's pretty cool. Alright, let's dig out the favorite. my favorite match from the weekend. Let me see if I can find it here. Gotta skip around. Oh, I actually did. This is the only one I didn't watch. I caught most of all the others. This one I did not watch too much of. I saw... Where did I see it? Yeah, he's getting attacked, right? Where is it? And we jump into play. Where is it? I watched up until here. I walked away at this point. I went, oh, he's playing that card main board and did not have a way to play around it. Because I think you can see in his hand, I don't think he has a 0 in his hand, so what can you fucking do? And that's like shortly after I walked away. Oh, man. But let's queue up. I can't remember what round it is. Jump. This one was funny, but definitely not my favorite. This one was just kind of sad. Yeah, this was my favorite. I'm a big Clinton Thomas fan, if you guys can't tell. This one was also good. This one was weird. This was like the most normal. This was like the most... He only had 3 zeros? Wild. Man, it must be nice to be born better. This was like weirdly the most normal match. It felt like two people playing casual decks against each other after the whole weekend, right? I don't think either of these characters made top 32, which All Might 3 was like a staple. You know, he was like almost like a guaranteed top 16. He was like the reptile of fucking MHA, where you're like, alright, I'll make top 16 and then just fucking lose. Unless you're Chris Smith, I guess. He did win with it. But this one was a wild match, but it went to time. Here we go, here we go. Oh my gosh. It skipped so far. Here we go. Actually, I'm going to keep this open like this because I want to read the stream chat. I want to read the Twitch chat from the event. I didn't actually get to read it. I will zoom this up for you guys, though. If I can. It won't let me stretch it off the screen. There we go. Zoom this bad boy in here. Yeah, he did have crazy representation, absolutely. Absolutely. Gosh, dude. Trying to get right at the start. There's not a lot of time between these rounds, huh? They were just already going, yeah. I joined this like right after the first turn. Let me zoom that in for you guys. Oh, that's not it. That's not it. No. Why will it not give me the fucking... Oh my gosh. Display capture, please. Okay. I'm done losing my mind. There we go. Let me know how that is for you guys. I'll move my little advertisement out of the way. By the way, that's still going for that promo code. If you know anyone who's new, who's signing up, who's not played any games in the loyalty shop, they can use the code ACE, ACE, when they sign up at play.mha.cardgame.com.gaming. It's play.mh, you know the website. When they sign up with the UGN, they can get free promos by using the code ACE. They'll get loyalty points that they can spend on any promo they want to redeem, and they'll get bonus loyalty after they play their first 2 weekly or LGS level events. So if you guys got new players, you know, tell them they can get free cards from Jasco with referral codes, with loyalty points, just for playing. So this one's super crazy because Clint starts with a 3 diff and checks a 2, then plays on a 5 and checks a 4, and it's like, man, this is not one of the lucky gamers, you know? This is someone who's gonna have to fight his whole way through. Let me know if you guys can hear the music too. I can switch the music off. I just realized it's still going in the background. It's like random YouTube Pokemon music. I'm gonna get my fucking streams taken down for copyright. We had a surprising amount of air decks, man. I did not really believe in the air symbol a whole lot, I'm not gonna lie. It was not... Like, basic training is a big deal. Seizing the advantage is a massive deal. I just didn't think that was, like, quite enough by itself. So, love to see all the home run comments coming out, but if you can't put speed on it, it probably doesn't really belong in the deck. Oh my god, I just realized they have like the same sleeves. They have like the same blank white sleeves. Holy shit. I don't know if that could become an issue. This one's slower. Oh, I don't have it on 2x, do I? I have it on like normal speed? Yeah, I do. Okay. I will say, I'm like, damn, I don't remember it taking them this long. But it's tough because like he's already committed, you know, at least one more foundation than he thought. Now he's got to play around it. Would have checked bad. Boom. But we're Giro gaming, baby. Weaving around the bad checks, getting those bonus stats. Gonna pressure this life total. It's only powerful 3 though, so probably not something we're gonna bank. However, if he takes 6 from this, you could run a sound waves train out for like the rest of his life total, right? Yeah. Oh, it's 7. Sorry, +3 is 7. So if he had access to, if he has sound waves in his hand and check the 5, he actually just wins by stacking a 6 and a sound waves. I don't think he has a 6 in his discard pile this early, but he definitely had the sound waves in his discard pile. Because remember, we checked that 2 on that seizing. So, like, that's how easy it is for Giro to kill 7-handers, guys. You just gotta play, like, 3 cards into double sound waves. You know, you just gotta chunk them down with 1 attack and then sneak in the sound waves train. Gravity Lift is a card I don't like in Denki very much because the difficulty on it means that, like, where you string it, like, it has to be stringed first. It is so good once you send it to momentum, though. I'll maybe have to try it if people aren't as hardcore up about, like, face shield symbols. It could be a lot better because you really don't want to block, take half damage, and lose your best foundation. But without any actual damage pump, it just doesn't feel right. I don't know. Ooh, the buddy block. Let's go. I love that buddy block, dude. The main board 6 check +0 block, so much better than Arrogant Disposition in my opinion. But I only run 1 at a time. I'll run like 2 Arrogant and 1 buddy block. Now with all the punches going around, you probably just run 4 Arrogant anyway. We didn't actually watch that full game, Tim. We didn't watch the grand finals yet. We were watching semifinals where Kevin punted pretty high. He skied it into the air. This is my favorite match that I watched because I'm a big fan of air decks. I'm a fan of Denki, and I think it's really interesting how both of these decks were just kind of resigned to not play real defense, but also weren't like completely defenseless. I was surprised you were playing Pillar Swing at all. I got completely off Giro Pillar Swing a long ass time ago. Then I saw Clinton playing it, and I was like, well, that's a Clinton card for sure. That's a Clinton Thomas card up and down. And probably people are less on Face Shield, but like I did not expect that to be the stun 2 of choice. Though I guess Compression Sphere kind of sucks donkey dick on the air symbol, let's be real. But back to this game, we have the Sound Waves train. Oh, that's true, it is a low block. We have the Sound Waves train coming in here. We see the 6 check come down and then another Sound Waves. And it's actually just this easy. We're not going to get an enhanced step 2's latent skill. We blocked with our fucking electric jolt. We know the next one is lethal on a partial. This one puts you at... or if you take this one, it'll be lethal on a partial at 7 damage. So, like... if you partial block, you have to partial now. You have to partial both. Yeah, you'd have to partial both if you wanted to partial, which just sucks. And then, oh yeah, there's double jab pummel. This is just like such a... This is almost like such an ideal situation for Giro. Like... She just got to jump him with one attack, hit him one time turn 2, didn't get punished for it, got to face tank and do basically nothing on defense. You know, do the bare minimum defensively and then just run out 3 diffs that are way overstated, that are flash, that tutor. We love it when double jab pummel is lethal. Yep. Then we check a 4, which sucks. I'm wondering if there was an option to latent skill just to like possibly check a 5, but that seems kind of grody. Ooh, got another mid block though. All we gotta do is check a. We gotta hope he. Ooh. Yep, calls out the enhance, makes sure he draws 2, discards 2, gets rid of those 5 checks. Well, he's got a +2 to his check, so the worst he can check is a 4. This will be on a 7. So there is a potential that we survive by the skin of our teeth here. Will Clinton check a 2? Oh, he's going for a home run comment and checks a 6 because he's a fucking god gamer. He was like about to tap foundations and was like, oh, actually though, I just checked an 8 on my 8, no big deal. Had the high block, hilariously enough, but that was the fast one. So Air Giro takes round 1. Now the adaptation from Matthew is going to be interesting to see. We see some side choices. Let me skip through the sideboard shuffling. Presents the deck with the exact same sleeves to each other. Yeah, I definitely like returning to the... Excuse me. I definitely like returning to the air list after Heroes Clash because of seizing. Like Recipro Burst Denki, I don't know, man. It just doesn't seem like he has the protection for it. Sucking up that momentum for it just doesn't... It doesn't feel like the crazy over-the-top plays that he needs. Like, I feel like he really wants sound waves more than he wants, like, a big dunk. Like, it's tough. It's really tough. You know, it's one of those things where, like, obviously Recipro Burst would be absolutely insane on the air symbol, right? If you had access to Wealthy Aspirations on a Recipro Burst symbol, we'd be in there for sure. So, man. Here's the card. So this is a card I really didn't want to run in Denki. It's not super exciting or super fun to me, but it does the work. It is one of the most efficient cards, whether I like it or not, and it's Meteor Shower, man. The card is insanely efficient, especially in Denki. Pretty interesting choice here. We're holding 4 blocks, which I certainly wouldn't say is like a wrong choice by any means. And because we have double specialists, there is real potential to use them both. Burst feels so bad to draw it early. Like a card like Back Alley Haymaker is so good early and can close out games with just a little bit of help to put damage on shit, which it searches up damage, you know? So it's just there's so many attacks that are great anywhere in the string, or they're great, you know, as long as you have like one other attack. Burst, usually for a lot of characters, it takes 2 turns. Even for Denki, it feels like it just takes 2 turns. Absolutely smokes 7-handers though. Yeah. So that was pretty tight. We had a buddy block come in, then we have a nice little high block here. But Wall Cling, Specialist of Sound. Oh, we lost our momentum? What happened to our momentum? Wait. Did I miss something? We had a Meteor Shower, didn't we? What happened? Oh, he picked it up. He picks up with the fucking idiots. Oh yeah, Burst is also kind of bad into Kiri. Burst doesn't feel great into... No, he didn't pick it up? What happens to this momentum? Oh, he flashes this shit. Oh, okay. God, I'm not paying any attention. Which, you know, I'm down for flashing that, I guess, if we don't have the mid... Or if we don't have the low block, right? You don't want to stun and get big. Burst, not super great into a Kirishima meta. That is 1000% true. I do actually like the idea of running 1 copy of the full Cowling on order for any deck, but still not mega reliable, and it's not the keywords you really need, so it's kind of tough. All of a sudden, we went from having a pretty good looking defensive setup to like not actually having much. Luckily, Clinton has to commit this requesting assistance though, which we're 3 cards into our card pool deep. Doesn't flip the specialist or the Wall Cling, right? So we gotta feel pretty good about where we are if we're Denki Kaminari in this instance. You know, if we're Denki in this instance, flipping the Specialist of Sound would have been like a huge red flag, because it's like, oh, I actually really can't afford for you to block anything. Like, he's going to play something after this, which we absolutely can play something after this. Will it deal the damage necessary? Who knows? Oh, he goes to stack 2 foundations. We love that. He said you get to brick my mans. I love that play. I wish it was a play I could make more often. I wish it was a play I could make in good faith more often. Plays 2 4s. We're going to pass that. Jiro's not the clutchest defensive ability, but see, on that sort of lackluster turn, Jiro still did 9 damage, to Denki, and got rid of his best defensive tool and his momentum. Like, man, his momentum that is actually just like another attack for him. You know, get to rip the low block off the top. Too good. We're too good. We take 6. So now Denki's taking 9 damage and Jiro's taking 11 damage. Jolts. Alright. This has to feel like, Denki's running out of time. Air Symbol not having like a ton of card draw and filter now that there's no latent skill out. There's no, momentum for sound waves. And both of these momentum come in face up. So we wouldn't want to sound waves directly after this, pretty much no matter what. But I've definitely been in positions where I've had to do it, The response on sound wave, like it's one of those things where it's like, of course you're fine with losing some value from a card you didn't utilize fully if you just win the game with it, right? So we are going to pop that once per game, and we are going to immediately sound waves, which, man, it's it's a play to make. Like, it's definitely, like I said, I've definitely been there, but it's rough. So we have 6 and another sound waves, and he says, look, brother, I can do the same to you. However, mine are not for a gajillion damage. So, it's really interesting to see, like, what is this going to turn into? Because without an enhanced step, we can't commit down release, which means Denki has no speed pump, and we might just be spinning our wheels here. What can we actually draw off of this? It'd be really, really funny if he just stacked 2 foundations on top of Clinton's deck, but it doesn't look like we're going for that play. We're going for the Hail Mary home run comet, which, again, with no answer to release, you're chump checking the block zones at this point. You're just kind of admitting, like, I don't really have anything tight knit here. I just kind of have to hope that you have no high block and I can make this 12 damage, which I don't know if we get it to 12 damage without the momentum already. Yeah, we can only get this to 8, so it would have to be like a pummel into a comet sort of situation. This is a huge difference, right, between Kaminari attacking 4 times and 2 of them are sound waves, dealing, less than 20 damage, versus Jiro, who attacks 4 times and 2 of them are sound waves, and the last 2 sound waves account for like 13 damage themselves. It's actually kind of crazy to think about. Of course, the characters have different abilities balanced in different ways. It's just like, you don't get to make that play with Denki. You don't get to just run the sound wave strain on people unless they're very low life. So even with Sports Festival Stadium in play, it was, not like anywhere near the production that characters like Jiro get. Looks like we gave this 2 speed with seizing the advantage, and then gave it -3 with a specialist of sound, but I could be tripping. We could have just forgot to put the speed next to it, but this is so close to unblockable unless you blow both of your specialists here. This one, you have to completely block, which is going to give him momentum, which is going to let him do all kinds of crazy shit if he has even a jolt while they're at 2. You can EX an electric jolt at this point and just make it unblockable other than by the world's luckiest plus ultra. Gonna get the 2 speed 2 damage. Has a high block but cannot pass it. So that one was my favorite because it was nice and fast and punchy. It's my favorite symbol. I like to see the different types of lines that like can be made, and like I actually like the fact that Clinton was not checking like super perfect. Like he did check that 1-6 like in a clutch sort of manner, but you know, it wasn't like he was just high rolling the whole time. You know, there was opportunities for Denki to just utilize a little bit more defense, have the right block zones a little more. So, Air Ida 2 OTK deck. I'm not 100% sure which one that is. That sounds theoretically possible. I was playing like an Extendo Hair Goofy sort of Air Ida deck, but you know, he's one of the best plus ultra users if it's the one I'm thinking of. I know Jeremy Ray once tried to convince me that one of the Idas was similar to Asui in some way, and I could not understand why you would compare those two characters other than, you know, both add speed and do kicks sometimes. But yeah. Oh, I've tried that deck out. It's not like in the set 3 format, people just kill you so fast. Like you don't get time to do that silly play. Like you can play decks with that in it and definitely have it as like a backup plan, but it's not like a control deck in Magic where we can just have that as a win condition, I feel. Although I do love that line of play. I do think that that's kind of funny. I just have never gotten to do those two things back to back ever. So it has like it needs one or two cards to be really competitive. Like the first time I heard of it, it was a 13 deck, not an Ida deck. And people made it an Ida deck so it could be more aggressive and poke and get momentum and blah blah blah. Someone pointed out to me that they want to do Extendo Hair with Tiger. So, like, if you have 10 foundations, you commit all 10 of them. It's 13 damage with EX10. You then EX with, EX it to, like, 40 speed, and then you reverse them. So it's, like, 13 high for 40, or whatever, 13 high for 30. And then they can't block a 13 high, hopefully. Which, I think Tiger's only symbol with it is order, but I could be wrong. Also, you're trying to do that, like, with a 5-hander, who technically has a defensive ability on face, but I don't know. I love Extendo Hair. I think Grenadier Races is super cool. It's just when I played the deck, I just won by like stringing together most of my pokes based off Fierce Whirlwind readying everything, and Grenadier Bracers giving just like consistent damage. But it's pretty cool. I really like the idea of 13 protecting the combo super hard, but she doesn't live super hard. She doesn't survive super hard, so I'm not really sure. Yeah, I think Tiger is really good. I just don't think that they're going to be trying to have momentum and play Extendo Hair and commit their whole board. Like, it's just too much. Plus, well, that's why you got to make it 40 damage, because plus ultra partials. And then, so like the version I liked had 1 with nature. The version I liked the most of like Extendo Hair deck OTK is Todoroki on Chaos. Todoroki 1 on Chaos. Because you get 1 with nature to help buffer against plus ultras and stuff. and like the Monoma card. You get zone change with Self-Assured if you have to. You get massive damage to start off with Todoroki. You get Command Pigeon Flock. You get, I don't know, just like all kinds of really cool stuff. But yeah, it's it's tough. Thoughts on the other cats? I'm into Mandalay. I don't know a ton about them all just yet. I'd have to see the decks in play. Like, there's a lot of decks that I'm like, this just looks inconsistent and kind of bad. And then, like, I watch it in practice and I'm like, oh, this is actually doing stuff. So, yeah. It's tough. It's very tough. I want to play Ragdoll for Worlds. I'll tell you that right now. If I qualify for Worlds, I would love to play a Ragdoll deck, man. I would love to play like a one-attack deck, like the Extendo Hair. If I could find like the perfect combo and just like survive as a 6-hand size air deck for the entire game, and then just go, okay, form once per game, go get Extendo Hair, and just dump my whole board into it, that'd make me so happy. I have no clue how you would put any of that shit together as a strictly one-attack deck, but I'm down for it. You lose to the first Confused that your rival plays. They're like, man, I haven't seen a second Extendo Hair yet. I'll just remove it. The thing about Ragdoll, right, is think about this way. How many cards are you designed to play in Magic the Gathering per turn? You're designed to play a land and, like, a spell the majority of the time, maybe 2, right? And then that card you play is supposed to, like, stay in play half the time, as long as it's not instant or sorcery. And those are, like, the strongest card types anyway. But those ones that aren't stay in play and like accrue that value over turns. And so, yeah, it on the flip side, if Ragdoll searches their deck for a single card, you're still expected to play like 3 to 5 cards per turn. And they don't print like Silver Bullet, Untouchable, Hexproof, cards fairly often, so your stuff's always like up for grabs. Your stuff's always touchable. So I don't know what exactly the one card I would search for is if I had to like pick one to build around, but it just seems like if my opponent leaves themselves open, I can't whiff. I love that. Also, it'd be funny to have one copy of Dropkick Slicer in your deck and search for it at the beginning of the game, so you can play a 1-check and never check it. Once per turn would be way too good, I think. Once per turn would allow really degenerate strategies with acquiring actual board combos. Like actually just searching up like a defensive foundation and then searching up another defensive foundation and then searching up another defensive foundation will like fix her having only 17 health, so to speak. But that's also maybe not true at all with how aggressive this format is anyway. I'm mostly afraid that trying to get her once per turn ability for +4 or -4 speed will already be hard enough. And I feel like I would have to run her attack anyway. But the fact that I think her attack requires you to remove an attack from the game to pick up an attack from your discard pile. So I don't even know if I really want to be running it that bad if I want to play like a low attack count. So I don't know. It's tough. I don't actually know which one Mandalay is. No, I do actually. Mandalay is the Geyser one, and Pixie Bob is the Momentum one. I think Pixie Bob is underrated. On paper, she looks really bad, but I bet you if you actually play the deck, she will fuck people up. If you build bad, going second against her, she debuilds you, and then you get a really, really strong momentum. So, like, yeah, she's just, I don't know. It will probably just absolutely fuck up. Like, Pixie Bob, I think, will just fuck people up who aren't prepared for it. You know? Wait, someone just said something funny. I gotta go back. Is this too far? I think this is too far. Someone's talking about someone snuck a vape hit on stream. Let me see. Where did it happen? Where were we? Oh, I'm not saying I would play Pixie Bob over Bird. I'm just saying that, like, she probably is better than people expect her to be, regardless of how good she ends up being. Because on paper, she looks very low impact and, like, very quirky. She looks like funny, haha, quirky, not like this is difficult to play around like Kirogiri is quirky, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look at all of her stuff. Let me look at all of her stuff again. We can talk DLC. I keep forgetting they got spoiled. Unfortunately, there's no tab for them yet, so let me just bring up her symbols. What is Chaos, Earth? She has weird fucking symbols. Let's just get that out of the way. Chaos, Earth, Fire is not the symbols I would expect for this character. I'll just put that out there. Man, I wish I could uncheckmark infinity symbol. It actually annoys me that all the infinity symbol stuff comes up with, like, every symbol picked. Let's see. Let's take a look here. I gotta fix my window again. Yay. Where is it? Let's shrink this down. Can actually be seen on stream. Alright. How's that look, chat? Does this work? That works, alright. That should be good. Let me know how that looks. Her attack, I think, is unplayable, and her foundation is snapped in her and little elsewhere. So, her foundation is grabbable with charged up, but it is linked only to ally attacks. So, what her foundation needs is a way for Coda to add ally foundations from card pool to momentum, similar to the way Aoyama does, which Aoyama 2 I think actually missed her symbol spread, which is fucked up. Like, Aoyama 2 really needed this card, and I think he's Air Death Life, so, you know. But if Coda had a way to, like, draw cards off this, make it not count towards progressive, or probably still count, but then add it, it'd be pretty nice. Fire, I don't think has too many allies yet, but, like, stuff could be good with Tokoyami 2 support. And then E-commit discard 1 momentum, your rival discards 2 momentum. That's pretty bad. That's, like, very sideboardy. Like, that's so sideboardy, and it's not even close. It's not even a fucking option. Like, it's so, like, not a great ability They were just like, wow, we don't have that many things that hate on momentum on these symbols. You know? Like, yeah, like, it's a grower for sure. Like, it's a kit that has to grow. So, if it didn't say ally attack, the foundation would be pretty nasty. But it would still only be really applicable in the chaos symbol, because the chaos symbol is the only one adding foundations to momentum face up. And it's doing it with Home Run Comet. It's doing it with Charged Up. But it's not... Like, these other symbols are just not getting that. So... her attack... I've heard this attack is nuts. I don't know why people would think that. As a 4 difficulty, 5 damage throw, it's pretty good. The fact that it readies Pixie Bob is pretty good. But the fact that she needs a momentum is kind of ass. So... I think it's so, like, DLC-wise, like, her stuff is all really good in her. And I think that's why she's better than people think. So, like, you see these cards and you're like, oh, these aren't really, like, the best cards. And they don't have many targets. But when you play them all together, and you play them with Pixie Bob, who it's, like, obviously designed for, I think they will be better than we think. Just because there's no much, there's just no, there's not that much synergy outside of her stuff. Right, yeah, that's a pretty good analogy. It's sideways dinky too. Like you giving your opponent a momentum seems so bad in this fucking format. But if I'm playing Capture Evildoers, all of a sudden you're fucked, idiot. Way to go, dum dum. Get dunked. Like, it's shit like that. It's stuff like that where, like, you will get the ass beat off you from, like, Shane Duckworth playing 4 copies of Capture Evildoers and just all the best cards on fire. You know? And you'll go, wow, Pixie Bob's way better than I thought. And it's like, sure. You know? How long could she do it for a whole tournament? You know? If I was going to play Pixie Bob, I would... Like, so that's the thing, like, you look at all this and you're like, this only synergizes with Chaos. If I'm playing Pixie Bob, I'm fucking playing Fire Pixie Bob. I'm playing Fire, I'm playing Capture Evildoers, I'm playing Momentum Hungry Fire deck. That's what I'm doing, you know? Her throw goes really nice with cards that play Seizing the Advantage before it. Like, you just play, like, Seizing the Advantage, and then Detonation Launcher, and then you play Cat's Claw, Face Grab, you add the momentum, or you add the foundation that you committed from the 5-diff Detonation Launcher and flip face down to your momentum, and then you get to commit 1 rival face down, and then you get to have, like, a 7 damage stun 1 throw that, you know, is kind of okay. Yeah. Like, playful as a cat, giving 3 speed to Dark Shadow Ruin, pretty fucking hype. I don't know how often you'll, like, get to have those 2 cards together in your Stage on Fire, but it's pretty hype. Let's look at the ally targets, right? What do we have for targets? Whoops. I lost that window. There we go. Oh, I lost my mouse. Tight. There we go. Alright. Fire ally. I guess my hero. It's more than I thought, but like one is, do they have, alright, they do have the War Mark, so Ally attack, and this is okay. These all affect attack, so she really only cares about attacks. She does not actually care about ally foundations. Joint effort offensive. This is surprisingly not a card with infinity symbol, but it probably doesn't matter for your lineup at all. Arctic also has Earth, which is nice. This card's kind of okay in her. Like a stun 3, 7 damage move. Not the worst. Like, this is stuff that, like, you don't think of as, like, as game breaking as, say, I don't know, double jab pummel or back alley haymaker, or, you know, it's not as fucked up as a hardened chop, but it has, like, a huge... It has like a huge impact on the board state. You know. Joint effort's a 2-check and like can get kind of big. I don't know. People have like what, 3 in hand on your second attack. You can make it like an 8 speed for 11, 13 stun. I don't know. It's okay. If your character is committed, +2 damage, this would have been... Like, if Pixie Bob was printed in set 1, you could maybe see people playing this card together with it. And then, yeah, Crown Frog and Dark Showdown, so... Yeah, it's not a ton of great targets, but, like, to make this character work, you don't have to press the buttons every attack. You don't have to press the buttons a ton. You have to make one really good... game plan around pressing her strongest button, which I think is the once per turn. Like, having snap momentum that also low-key debuilds your opponent is really good if you have gigantic explosion in your deck. Doesn't have to be an ally driven lineup, you know. It's a shame there's not more ally furies. Like, this is ally fury. If this was a fury, we'd have way crazier decks in the formats, you know. None of the allies are fury except these two. So, like, if you could gigantic explosion people with Pixie Bob like regularly, that doesn't feel terrible. I mean, you are rebuilding afterwards too, but you know. Like, there's just gonna be something outside the box that's not super obvious that I think really works well in this character. I don't know. It's hard to think of a 628 with no defensive ability being a meta competitor. But I don't think it, like, at face value, on first glance, you're just like, none of these cards really go together. It's locked to the least popular keyword in the game. And I had this on fire. I guess we could look at the other symbols too, but, like, you know, I think you're right. I think it is mostly just the same stuff. But, like, she's not doing anything busted or overly broken, but she is doing things that can be tough to play around. She is doing things that, like, you can sequence and, like, really hurt people if you get rolling. And that's just normal. But I you know, when I first saw Pixie Bob, I thought she was nearly unplayable as a deck, because there wasn't enough ally cards, and her response requires a momentum, and you compare that to Kamui Woods. Like, compare this response to Kamui Woods' response, or Asui, or whatever. Like, it's just way, way, way better. And then her other abilities aren't necessarily better than those characters, but it's easy to dismiss a character when they're just not better than the literal best decks in the format. I still don't know why people are high on 4 diff, 5 damage throw, other than it's a 4 diff throw, I guess. Maybe we can return to grindy lows and throws or something. Let's see if there's any Earth allies we don't know about. Nope, just those two. And then Chaos has Command Pigeon, Flock, Ectoplasm. Like, it has actual shit for you to play. So there's that. Between Command Pigeon Flock and her Enhanced Commit and Response, you can actually get some nasty stuff going where you give this 2 damage, stun 1. You use this to build in Friend of Animals. You know, you commit Friend of Animals with something. You get a momentum. You hit them with it. You ready Pixie Bob. You play another one. You do the same exact song and dance. Like 7. Like you're making like really shitty Dark Shadow ruins, I guess. But you know, that's better than it sounds. Really. Having a shitty Dark Shadow ruin still kills people if they don't have a high block. Yeah, I'm not really sure what you're supposed to do with this character yet, though. But it's incredibly momentum hungry on a symbol that is really good at generating momentum, but still only has a couple things you really want to drop momentum on, but I don't know. It is hard to think of her doing something really cool on the Earth symbol, but Back Alley Haymaker Pixie Bob probably fine. If you were like all in on joint effort offensive. Yeah, Sudden Death Assault, it's alright. I'm not that high on that card, but it's not terrible. You know, 2 momentum, burn 5, I called that a stinker on Cathedral Standoff, so you know. I don't actually know. What are the other DLCs? We got Tiger. Is it all Order Water? These are some interesting symbol spreads. All Order Water is like a historic symbol for some 5-handers. Cat Punch is fucked up. I'm gonna just say it. It's fucked up in Tiger. If it's blocked, you draw. If it deals damage, you draw. If they partial, you draw twice. That's pretty tight. I think that's funny. It's a 4 diff that you kind of have to respect at 6 base damage. You know, I like that one. I love the once per turn switch attack speed and damage. I've wanted that effect on my own attacks so bad. And I'm like upset that it's locked to a character, but you know, it is what it is. Oh, okay, yeah, you guys are talking about Playa Body. I get it. It's Playa Body. It's fucked up. It's not the most fucked up thing, but yeah, it's repeatable +1 speed, better than +1 damage for sure. I think. Well, maybe not for sure. Repeatable +1 damage is the one time where like damage really does outshine speed because it's all of them. And then you can commit and flip it and fucking add 1 foundation to their card pool face down. They debuild. It's so good. That effect is so obnoxious. Why they thought they could print this on Mineta 2 symbols, I don't know. Will this be like the best thing Mineta 2 adds to his deck? Maybe not. He's already kind of hungry for 3 diffs, but the idea of it is just frustrating. The idea that like every 5-hander on these symbols just is down to be Mineta 2. Like you can play around it by having less foundations, I guess. Yeah, we'll even have less. Yeah, you can play around it, I guess, but I don't know. I usually outbuild my Mineta 2 opponents, actually. They're just usually like chipping away at me every turn while I'm just building. But I'm usually still outbuilding them. Like if you don't want to attack Mineta 2 and he's not using his discard 1 momentum enhance, yeah, I don't know. They end up just kind of getting jammed and attacking more than they should. And trying to hold blocks and shit. How many 3 diffs are we playing if we're playing Dry Eyes with this? Come on now. That's my only thing is it seems like it fights with a lot of actual 3-diff slots. Like Water's 3 diffs cranked. All's 3 diffs probably the worst of these 3 symbols, but like they're very specific, and Pull No Punches is like your deadlock threat. And then Order has defrosting, which is cool. I like Award the Victor. Yeah, I like Award the Victor. Come on. That's actually, so that's low key. The spice, I think, is I'm going to put 1 Award the Victor in that Tokoyami deck. I think Award the Victor is super funny when you're trying to play around learning the standards. Because learning the standards, they have to take damage from an unblocked attack. And then they're like, oh, you're going to lose your Dark Shadow bonus or whatever. And it's like, it's fine if I check a 3 to play my foundation. And then I get +2 to my check to play the attack after that. And I get to just sequence around it super well. I don't have like a cool way to draw the attack on Chaos with that deck yet, though. But I think I'm going to slip 1 Award the Victor into the Chaos Tokoyami for this weekend. It might become super relevant. I don't know. I also love being able to like attack, build, attack again, like any like Shiozaki Ibara kind of way. I think that's pretty cool. Award the Victor also with that +1 high, so if you have to hold it. I don't know who's casting specifically yet. I have to assume Tam is casting. Because he's got the MVP slot, so it's like, why would you not use one of your seasoned casters, you know, to do the Nats thing when he's essentially has no reason to play. Levi's 50-50. I wouldn't be surprised if Levi casts. I don't think Levi likes doing online events a lot, though. And Levi's a good player. Levi has a chance to top 8. You know, if Levi just did only casting this whole time and then just showed up and was like, bam, world spot, I'd believe it. So, I had to take the chance at least. Like, the guaranteed money is nice, but like, the chance at the world's prize pool just seems good and, you know, too good to not at least try. So, okay. It just is what it is, you know. Sorry, I got a weird message I had to at least look at. Message, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Travis talked to me about it. He asked me if I was casting, and I said no, I'm gonna play. And Travis had mentioned, I think, wanting to cast if he's not allowed to play, because he had shown interest in doing it before, but I don't know. I don't know who they're gonna have. I believe the plan was originally Tam, Levi, Andrew, Holder, but they wanted to do it and this is why I think Levi might be casting, because they wanted to do a 3-person rotation. But Andrew doesn't want to do a rotation, because taking a game off, especially while you're at home, would be very distracting, and like it takes you out of the moment. And so I get that. Like, I'm cool with having the break, but I do agree that you probably get better commentary overall if you can do every game. Like, I want to do every game, but I just know that at some point I need a break. A full 3-person rotation for 9 rounds, like you take a third of the event off, is maybe a little much, but, you know. So I don't think he wants to do a rotation. It might just be Tam and Andrew the whole time as a 2-person cast if Levi isn't interested, but I don't know. Why would they not be allowed to play? Because at one point a Jasco person said that they probably won't be allowed to play. So everyone assumes that they're not allowed to play if they've already qualified. Just like we don't know how the invites pass down, even though people have asked, hey, how do the invites pass down if you qualify in top 8 and have the most points? Nobody knows how the invites actually work. Unless they announced it like today how it works. Because it was my understanding they would pass down the points bracket. And now, and now I think it's supposed to pass down the seed. Yeah, it would be passed down. A passed down where? 9th seed or on the points list? And yeah, it was announced today. Points list. Okay, that's what I assumed. And then, I don't know. Yeah, and then someone was upset because they thought they heard that it was going to be passed down through the seeding and stuff like that. And that matters, like, because for me, if it was going to be passed down seeding... Yeah, they had previously said 9th seed, right. So, I know people who changed their plans based around, that stuff. Like, there's people like, oh, I'm good on points. Then they said it would be seeding. Then they said, oh, I'm fucked, I should play. And now it's back to this, so... Next player in the points-based leaderboards. Yeah. So, like, for me, someone like me, I wanted it to be passed down to 9th seed. Because I'm so far down on the points bracket that, like, the most points I can get now is top 16, right? And so, for me, I would want it to be seeding-based. And one of the reasons I didn't play in the last regional and casted is because they said it would be 9th seed, not based off points. So at that point, getting more RLE points would not help me, even if I won the fucking event pretty much. Well, actually, winning would. I think winning or second would, but like a top 4 wouldn't very much. A top 8 wouldn't, and like anything below top 8 definitely wouldn't have helped me. So that was like an easy decision to cast after that. But now that it's points based, like, there's maybe some miracle dream world where like those points could have mattered for me, but I'm pretty much just gonna have to top 8 if I want an invite now. So wait, that doesn't make sense. They have to earn 2 invites to pass it down? Says if they got top 8 at the North America Pro Hero National and top 8 at the Webcam Pro Hero National, we grant HLC and... Oh, that's just if they weren't already... Maybe it just cut off, but I get it. I get it now. And that's the way I think it should be done, because determining who is 9th seed is not something that most tournaments do. And if you were going to pass an invite down to 9th seed, people would have to play to determine who's 9th seed on the off chance that it matters, Because just cutting dry based after that is, I don't know, not cool, not great. Oh, Tim Keefe just sent me the relevant points. Yeah, I'm not even in the top 20. So... And then it looks like he's got everyone marked down who's qualified. Holy shit, dude. Barrett is 12th. He got points at literally the one event. No, he got 1 point in Vegas. Barrett Bryan is in 12th place. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, so if I had like won the last regional instead of casting it, I guess I could be somewhere on this list. Like so if I win the Pro Hero National, obviously I would qualify, but just based on points, if I got 25 points at this Nationals, then I would be in 13th place, tied with Barrett, I think. I think I have 11. Or no, I'd be 36. Okay, I'd be in 10th place after Ryan Field. It would jump from 49 to 36 points. And that's not including the points they would get from this next one. Broberg knocked me out. Yeah. 9th seed would be I guess not really seed. Seed is the wrong term, but like 9th place overall standings afterwards. So like top 8, it would pass down to the 9th person in top 16 after everything's said and done. So I can put this up on screen. I'm gonna move. Let me see. Let me pop this. Here's like everyone who could be relevant, right? Let me slide this bad boy over a bit. So zoom it up a bit. Zoom it down 1. Alright, that's a big jump, but whatever. So, if I'm reading Tim's chart here correctly, Kevin Broberg, all the grayed out names are qualified. So Broberg, Travis, Tim Keefe, and Barrett Bryant. And Barrett just showed up on this list because he's got 25 from the Pro Hero National. So I love that. So right now, the people getting invites on this list are Jose Narono, Jacob Johnson, Christopher Bromley, David Pena, Ryan Field. Now, if any of these gentlemen top 8, or I guess anyone who's already qualified, already top 8s again, that'll open up Corey Aguilar to make it. Or, again, this is whoever's after all these points, right? Like, this could change with the next thing, yeah. Yeah, I would have to... What do you get for top 16? It's 12 points? Or no, top 16 is only 3 points, right? Top 4 is 18? No, it's 25, 18, 12. 6, 3 or something like that. I don't know. I don't remember the whole chart. But it's rough. It has a pretty harsh drop-off. I know it's 25 for winning. I think it's 18 for second. And then it drops off pretty hard after that. I mean, 7 points is probably the hardest drop-off. But yeah, so like, if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? We have it cut off here at the 9th place. If any of these people who are already qualified qualify again, or, you know, these people on this list make top 8, which I'm hoping Jose does. I'm hoping these people are gonna do good, you know. Then it can go down to Corey, Wesley Bittner, Andrew Duvall, Andrew Holder, James Mann. So like these are the people who are kind of like really, you know, like even if they don't top 8, they really care about how many points other people got, right? Like if, you know, if Corey Aguilar doesn't show up at all and, you know, Andrew Holder gets 12 points, which I think is top 4 actually, so I don't even know if that's possible. I'm not doing the math really. But like that's how hard the cutoff is, right? Like to get these points up. Okay, yeah, to get these points up, you'd actually have to top 8. So Corey Aguilar is really hoping for someone to two-peat or to double qualify. Like really hard. Yeah. And then Wesley Bittner is triple hoping. Yeah. Zach Pasley has a chance. James Mann has a chance, even though they played in literally one event at the very beginning. Daniel Nelson's got a smattering of points here and there. Yeah, so I think I'm like in the 30s on this list with like 11 points. So I'm pretty much just locked into top 8, you know. Like, or I'm locked into half the top 8 to qualify, which, you know, that's been my goal this whole year. I made top 8 in the first ever provisional because Clinton Thomas checked the 2 on a pillar swing, turn 2, and smoked me every game that didn't happen, you know. And I managed to get to top 8, and then I lost to Richard Nixon, god damn it. Chris Nixon playing Kirishima 1. And then ever since then, I've not made it out of top 16. So my goal has just been to do one better than my last tournament every single tournament. And so far, that has not happened. So I know I saw Phil Birch talking about, like, dashed hopes and, you know, not meeting expectations and stuff like that. And I understand what he's going through, you know. For me, I replaced it. For me, I replaced a lot of that expectation with content creation. You know, for me, it was easier to just do the podcast and find out what other spicy stuff people are playing and live vicariously through memes. But it definitely sucked. Like, and that was one of the best things about casting, was getting to enjoy all these events and not have to feel shitty about getting eliminated in top 16. So, you know, almost every event I've casted, I looked back and wish I had played in for some reason or another. But I'm happy I did the casting because I know I would have wanted to cast the first ever Pro Hero National. And I think we did so much better than I thought. I thought it was going to be rough because I've never really done commentary with Levi. You know, we've only done like the one podcast online, and it's very tough to generate chemistry that way. It's very difficult to get like your timings down, and, you know, everyone who does commentary for this game just wants to ramble on. You know, we could all say a million words about it every hour of the day. So I was very happy with how it turned out. You know, sometimes you have a little organic talking over each other, and it adds to the moment. But yeah, it worked. Like, everything just went so much better than I thought. I thought I was going to be really depressed that I didn't try to play in this event, but, you know, I just actually had such a good time. Normally, there's, like, when you get eliminated, you get, like, the down, you know. Yeah, this is top points leaders. This was sent to me by Satonis, so thank him for this. A lot of times for me, like, there's ups and downs at every tournament I go to, especially if they're here in Vegas, because the two major things that always happen to me at every tournament are I either get eliminated from competition, which I've been lucky enough to make day 2, so hopefully, you know, when it happens day 1, it's really rough. This sounds so shitty. This sounds so shitty and jaded. I don't know how people who go to tournaments and don't make day 2 feel like they luckily there have been side events, and in the past for Universus shit there was no side events. So thank God for the provisional side events and shit, because I missed them at Vegas, which pissed me off really bad because it was supposed to be me, True Champ Steven, and Tam teaming, and we missed the team sign up because they were playing like a provisional, and like I was a little bit late, and it was all fucking not announced super well, but, you know, it's whatever. And so like the whole of day 2 I just like did not know what to do with myself pretty much, and so I've been very lucky, like, to at least start by playing in day 2, and then I get eliminated, and then I get to just chat with people, because I've already missed all the signs for all the fucking side events, you know, but I didn't have to do them in day 1, so, but so once I get eliminated, there's always, like, that depressing moment, there's always, like, that come down moment, but then there's always a moment where it's, like, everyone goes back to their hotels, And like if I'm in Vegas, I just go home by myself, or like people go out to eat afterwards, or they go hang out. Like I'm not a big Korean barbecue guy, and typically I can't afford to go out, like especially if I'm not setting aside money for the trip, the vacation, whatever. For me, going to the Waffle House in Atlanta is a fucking godsend, because I can get a burger and fries for like used to be under $10, but stuff like that. There's always like a moment where it's like everyone kind of splinters off and goes and hangs out. Tim and Garrett, Brett go play board games, shit like that. And like there's always a moment where I'm just kind of like chilling alone, and it feels weird. You get like this weird loneliness. And again, it's mostly because I don't travel. And this time I got to travel. It's mostly because it's like the event is over. I have to go home and do laundry. I have to go to work the next day. I have to like, a lot of events I used to work graveyard. I used to show up to Worlds after working all night. Like I wouldn't take time off. I didn't have time off to take. I would go to work, get off work at 8 a.m. I'm on the strip next to Planet Hollywood. I just go to the event at Planet Hollywood and change my clothes. The first event I ever went to, I showed up an hour late because I went home and changed first and then went to the South Point, When they're at Alexis Park, I would get off work. My house at the time was 2 blocks from the strip, and I'm just, go home, pick up my card, shower, change, go back to the event. I get off at the event. I go to work. I work all night. Hopefully I made day 2. I come back and play day 2. So there's always like a disconnect where a lot of times it's like everyone's on vacation and having fun, and that's just not my experience. So like there's always like this up and down for me personally. But this Nationals was just all ups. Like it was always a good time. I've been very lucky with support from the community. I had a goal to help me go to Nationals, and the community stepped forward for me. I don't know if specific people want shout outs for that kind of stuff, because they went through other channels than publicly anyway in the first place. But I've been super lucky, just super fortunate. And this was the first time I felt like I wasn't just scraping everything by, and it's specifically because I didn't play, so for the first time I don't really regret not playing, and that feels weird on its own. Not having to really suffer the agony of defeat. When we got to the final round in Standard, I was on a winning in, and we tied at the end. We were going to tie at least. And people were staying around going, hey, are you guys going to dice roll? And there's a judge, like, right there. There's a judge standing at the table looking at the people like, the fuck you mean? Like, why would you be... He's wearing the judge outfit. Why the fuck would you ask us that? Like, it was so weird, And I knew that I needed to go back and check into the hotel. I needed to shower. I needed to get some sleep to be ready to cast. And so I just, I was like, there's no reason for me to fight over this win. It's my friend Clinton Thomas. He's got a way better deck for it anyway. And I just gave him the win. I was just like, I'm not really supposed to be here, playing top cuts. And as much as I would have loved to have a chance to get a character card, it would have been kind of a logistical nightmare, I think, for everyone involved. Like, can you imagine? It's like, hey, we just finished grand finals. Now the caster has to jump off and play his top 16 match. Because they were playing Standard Sunset throughout the day at the top cuts. And so it's the kind of thing where it was just kind of a weird weekend. Unfortunately, fellas, I just got a text that my uncle's being moved from a hospital to another hospital. And so I actually have to cut this much sooner than I thought. I was going to be here till like 5:30, but I have a family emergency, I guess, to kind of go for. So I really hate to end it this way because we were getting to the good part. But yeah, this whole weekend was something I've never experienced with a card game before, not just because we finally had our biggest in-person event of all time, not just because I got to cast in person for the first time, but it's the first time where I can say that I don't think I was upset the whole weekend. You know, not everything went perfectly, not everything, you know, no event does. Like, this is something that I don't think a lot of other UVS players really recognize or understand. There's a fucky-wucky at, like, every card game tournament, every major card game tournament. A lot of times people don't know what's happening, and they're just standing around for 2 hours in between a round while they fix it. You know, you can split hairs all you want on how you want people to resolve conflict, but when it comes down to it, you know, I think this was the best run event we've had, and it was in the best venue overall that we've had. Like, again, you can nitpick stuff, but this is just the one where it didn't seem like there was anything super bad. You know, all the actual drama or issues, just no one really seems to care about, because we all recognize that it's not the craziest impact. So I don't know. Again, nothing's ever perfect, but all the stream judge stuff pretty much got caught. All the app problems got resolved, and I just had an absolute blast hanging out with people. You know, like I said, I never expected to win a single game with that Nomu deck, and I ended up tying my worst matchup. Oh, I didn't even get a chance to talk about that. I played against Travis Tangent and playing DJ, and I'm like, this is my worst matchup on Nomu. I can't possibly draw enough fucking attacks and build enough foundations to not check a 1. He's going to make me recheck over and over, and I'm going to face tank and let him gauge and let him get momentum, and like, I'm going to check 1s eventually and stuff like that. And hilariously, the only real offense in his deck, at least as far as I saw it, was Ailerophobia. And if I had realized that, yeah, DGNet, yeah. If I had realized that, I would not have sided out of Nomu. I sided into Scorpion because I thought, okay, well, let me be a 6-hander, let me build some more, let me get difficulty reduction sooner through desperation and things like that. And, you know, pressure the life total more when I get in and things like that. But it turns out I just got killed by cats, and then we ran out of time. So, you know, I feel like I could have taken that one back, right? If I could have that one back, I would have. Then I could have just tied in the final round. I would have been X1 because I lost to Tim Keefe and then tied in the final round. So, I don't know what the cutoff for standard is. There's a potential I could have just ID'd anyway. I don't actually know. I don't know if X12 made it at all. But the main thing is I probably would have regretted being there till 1 in the morning or whatever playing top 16. And probably would have fucked my voice up, you know, doing so. But I do have to take off, fellas. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. I'll probably do another stream. Hopefully tomorrow. I don't think there's going to be an orange card, blue card. My guest I talked to didn't get back to me. I think Barrett's busy. I'll probably hit up Barrett, see if he's got time for a last minute interview. But I do want to get Brian Brown on. I do want to get oh man, maybe this is the last Brian. But I do want to get Brian on. He's Android on the Discord server, Stage 0 on YouTube. He's done a ton of great work. Watching him in person run the stream was mind-blowing. It was absolutely mind-blowing watching him navigate through OBS and do all the stuff that he does. So I would love to get him on the podcast and like kind of introduce him to you guys in a more formal way. If you guys saw the post on Facebook, you might have seen his pictures around. You know, he's done so much really cool stuff for us. So I would love to give him that recognition and talk to him about what it's like to be there. So anyhow, that's all I got for you guys today. Hopefully you had fun. Hopefully you guys enjoyed all of Nationals. And hopefully I will see you all this weekend when I am playing in the online Pro Hero National trying to qualify. Peace out, guys. I'll see you next time.